If I had to pick one of these cars for a race on the Autodromo de Antioquia circuit, I'd probably go with the 1998 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. It's got a great balance of power and handling. And that Italian flair just might give it an edge on those twisty turns. The other options are interesting, but I think the Alfa Romeo's sporty heritage makes it the favorite here. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The countdown is almost up, so get those selections in before the AI takes over the race. Don't want to be the one left with the underperformer, do you? Hurry up! Welcome back, Toadette TV. Glad to see you return to the fast-paced chaos. Hope you're ready to see some cars making questionable decisions on the track? Alright folks, the race is underway at Autodromo de Antioquia, and leading the pack is Pato 211 in a classic 1997 Volvo S40. Looks like a nostalgic touch to the front row. Let's see if it can hold off the contenders. Pato 211 has taken the lead right out of the gate. Amy is holding strong in second place. Scuderia Veloce is sitting in third, trying to keep up. Scuderia Veloce just overtook someone to move into second place. Amy and Scuderia Veloce are nose to tail. Looks like a race for the ages. Pippi Langstrom climbing up to sixth place, making moves. Hey Naida, great to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready to witness some of these AI cars battling it out. Stick around. It's bound to be a wild ride. Alright. Fun fact about the 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy is that it was part of Ferrari's attempt to conquer the Indianapolis 500. Surprisingly, despite Ferrari's immense racing reputation, this particular car never actually raced at Indy. Instead, it was built to showcase Ferrari's engineering prowess and was more of a look at what we can do kind of project. Imagine having a super fancy race car and not even getting to race it at one of the biggest events in motorsport. Wow, both of these cars have some serious history behind them. The 1963 Agostini Watson is a classic, known for its sleek design and racing pedigree from that era. On the other hand, the 1958 Maserati 250F is a legendary machine that dominated many races back in the day. Considering the vintage nature of these cars, the Maserati's reputation for reliability and handling might give Calico Bunny a slight edge, especially on a track like Circuit de la Sarthe Vintage, where finesse can sometimes beat raw power. But Ben Kakajota's Watson is no slouch either, especially if it gets a good start. It's a tough call, but I'd probably lean towards Calico Bunny's Maserati because of its proven performance in similar racing scenarios. Though with these vintage beauties, anything can happen, and it's part of the fun to watch them dance on the track. Alright, folks, the race is underway at the vintage Circuit de la Sarthe. Newts is starting on pole, whizzing off in a classic 1958 Maserati 250F with a 3.5-liter engine. Let's see if that old timer can hold off the pack. Alright everyone. The AI clearly had a little trouble finding its way around the track, so we're calling it early. Don't worry, all the points from this race still count, so keep that in mind for the standings. It's a fun reminder that even AI can have a bad day behind the wheel. Here's a fun fact about the 1954 Jaguar XK120. It was one of the fastest cars of its time. Back in the day, it could reach speeds of over 120 miles per hour, which was pretty impressive for a car from the early 1950s. It was actually a favorite among racing enthusiasts and even set some records. Plus, its sleek design still turns heads today. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make sure to pick your favorite car before the time runs out. Don't leave me hanging here with no one to root for. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Circuit Hawaii, and leading the pack is Scuderia Veloce in the 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ. Looks classic, but don't blink, these vintage cars might surprise us. Maya has shot off the line to take the lead. Scuderia Veloce is right behind in second place, and Nuts is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spot already. Lian Yashin is climbing to 6th place, and Benka Kajota is inching into 7th. Looks like the race is heating up. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 5th place. Waja to 11 and Lian are nose to nose for that spot. Amy is gaining ground, now in 10th place. Benka Kajota is driving a 1964 Porsche 901. They are currently in 8th place and seem to be holding steady, but no signs of overtaking yet. Scuderia Veloce and Maya are nose to tail at the front. Salmon Samun and Benka Kajota are swapping positions every lap for 7th. The Fots 84 just gained a spot and is now in 11th. The Fots 84 is driving a 1951 Ferrari 212 Export. They are currently in 12th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Scuderia Veloce is leading in a classic Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ. They seem to be holding a steady pace and maintaining their position at the front. The tight corners of Circuit Hawaii are making overtakes tricky, but the vintage cars seem to be holding their own, especially with the Alfa leading early. Amy is climbing to 8th place. The Fots 84 is now in 10th. Looks like Amy's on a roll today. Scuderia Veloce takes the lead and is now in 1st place. Maya is right behind them, both battling fiercely for the top spot. Benka Kajota is closing in on Lian Yashin and has cut the gap by 1.2 seconds. Maya is now in 1st place, leaving the pack behind. Benka Kajota is gaining on Lian Yashin, closing the gap by just over a second. Samun Samun and Majako Blaish are locked in a fierce duel for 10th place, neither giving an inch. Benka Kajota is driving a 1964 Porsche 901, a classic that's known for its agility. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Looks like a quiet race for now. Samun Samun is driving a 1962 Lincoln Continental and is currently in the 12th place. Their lap time is over 2 seconds slower than the leader, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Scuderia Veloce is now just over a second behind. Maya T. The fight for first is heating up with both cars nose to tail. Amy has overtaken someone and is now in 7th place, closing the gap. Jakob just moved up to 10th place. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Salmon, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Maya is leading the race in a 1959 Chevrolet Corvette C1. She's holding a slight edge over the Alfa Romeo in second place. The Corvette's fastest lap is 2:2:9, showing she's pushing hard. The race looks like a close battle between her and the Alfa Romeo. Wow, Maya, you really left everyone in the dust. Congratulations on your win. Here's a fun fact for you. The BTCC racing cars are actually based on production models, which means they look pretty much like the cars you see on the streets every day. But don't let that fool you. Underneath, they're heavily modified with crazy aerodynamics and turbocharged engines that can make them go from 0 to super fast in the blink of an eye. Basically, it's like taking a normal car and turning it into a race monster. Now that's some serious street cred. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. Make your final choices or risk ending up with something totally unpredictable. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright everyone, the race is on at Tsukuba, and Amy is starting at the front, in a classic 1999 Opel Vectra. Let's see if that old school charm can hold off the competition. Naiba has shot off the line into the lead. Mattisberry is holding strong in second place. Amy is right behind in third, just waiting for a slip. Popcorn Slayer is on fire, climbing 3 spots to 4th place. Nadisperi is having a rough time dropping back 13 positions to 15. Amy is making a move, now in 2nd place. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 6th place. Potter to 11 and Dale Earnhardt are nose-to-nose for 9th. Benka Kayota is inching into 12th. Pippi Langstrumpf is driving a 1995 Volvo 850. They're currently in 8th place and seem to be holding steady. Not making any big moves, but staying in the mix. Potter to 11 just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Dale Earnhardt and Potter to 11 are nose-to-tail fighting for that 9th spot. Nats just overtook someone to take 6th place. Ingle McCringleberry is now in 12th. Nadisperi is closing the gap on me, shrinking it by 2.2 seconds. Popcorn Slayer is driving a 1994 Alfa Romeo 155 TS and is currently in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady and making some moves. Maya is currently in 14th place, driving a 1991 Nissan Primera P10. The race seems tight with her just slightly behind the leaders, but no overtakes yet. Potter to 11 just overtook someone to take 9th place. Dale Earnhardt is also climbing up to 10th. Nadisperi is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by 1.7 seconds. Better watch out. Benka Kayota is driving a 1999 Opel Vectra and is currently in the 12th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:4.063, so they're hanging in there but not exactly setting the pace. The tight Tsukuba track is favoring the quicker drivers early on, but the smaller mistakes could shake up the order fast. Maya is currently in the 14th place driving a 1991 Nissan Primera P10. Her fastest lap is a 1:3.087, which is a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the front pack. Scuderia Veloce is gaining on Popcorn Slayer, cutting the gap to less than 4 seconds. They're locked in a fist fight for 4th place. Matthias Dagunde is driving a 1999 Opel Vectra, starting in 9th position. They've set a fastest lap of 1:1:31.2 and are currently in 8th place, just ahead of Potter to 11. Looks like a solid race so far. Potter to 11 is driving a Volvo 40 from 1997. And they're currently in 10th place and have a decent lap time but seem to be stuck behind some faster cars. Wow, Naibi just won the race. Looks like they're the one to beat. Well done. Sure. Did you know that the Misano World Circuit is also known as the Marco Simontelli Circuit? It's named after the legendary Moto GP rider, who sadly passed away in 2011. The track is famous for its exciting turns and elevation changes that keep drivers on their toes. It's a place where speed and skill really shine, making it a favorite among racing fans. Alright everyone, time is running out. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment, or you might end up with something ridiculous. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, this is quite the matchup. The Jaguar F-Type Project 7 is a stunning car with a sleek design and a powerful V8 engine, which should give it some serious acceleration. The BMW M4 GTS, on the other hand, is no slouch either. It's lighter and more aggressive with a turbocharged inline-6. Given the track and how these cars handle, I'd say it's a close call. The Jaguar might have the edge in straight-line speed and elegance, but the BMW's agility and weight distribution could give it an advantage in tight corners. If I had to pick, I would lean slightly towards the BMW for its agility, but don't count out the Jaguar's raw power. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Hey, I'm Insan. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you've returned just in time for some high-speed AI car action. Alright folks, we've got the race kicking off at Misano, and leading the pack is Wolf of Eco in a 2017 Mercedes-AMG GTR, starting on pole. The cars from 2010 and up are a bit slow today, so we're in for some interesting overtakes. Stay tuned. Lian Yashin has shot to the front, holding the lead. Wolf of Eco is right behind in second place. Morning Starsel is currently in third, trying to keep up. Merchican Live is on a roll, climbing 3 places to take the 13th spot. Unknown Tactics is gaining ground, moving up 1 position to 4th. Hellskank and Unknown Tactics are nose to tail, battling fiercely for the 4th position. Unknown Tactics is just ahead of Morning Starsel in 3rd place. Relaxed View is trying to hold off Mutube for 6th. Zinyahima and Matthias W. Kilero are nose-to-nose for 8th. Unknown Tactics is climbing to 3rd place. Relaxed View is now 6th. Zinyahima is making a move to 7th. Relaxed Few is closing in on Hellskank, cutting the gap by a full second. Girl of Diamond is climbing up to 9th place. Benka Kayota and Ear Special are locked in a fierce fight for 11. Our Special is climbing to 10th place. Merchican Live is now 12. Apex Milkbag has jumped 2 spots to 13th. Unknown Tactics is climbing up to 2nd place. Merchican Live and Matthias W. Guerrero are battling closely for 11. De Leonhardt is advancing to 14. Morningstar is right behind Wolf of Eco now, closing in by a second. Merchican Live has climbed 1 spot to 11. Apex Milkbag is catching up to Matthias WW0, also by a second. Relaxed View is closing in on Hellskank, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Aspecial is climbing up 1 spot to take 9th place. Girl of Diamond and Era Special are locked in a tight battle for 9th position. Merchican Live is climbing up to 10th place. Girl of Diamond and Merchican Live are battling hard for that 10th spot. Maya is also making moves, now in 16th place. Apex Milkbag just sneaked into 12th place. Matthias W0 and Apex Milkbag are neck and neck for that 12th spot. Benka Kayota and Nuts are also fighting hard for 17th. Benka Kayota is climbing nicely to 17th place. Necrophantasm is also making moves into 19th. Scuderia Veloci is inching up to 21st. Looks like everyone's eager to improve their positions. Scuderia Veloci and Amy are locked in a close fight for the 20th spot. Pippi Langstrom just gained 1 position and is now in 22nd. Li Kaiju and Pippi Langstrom are battling hard for 22nd place. Unknown Tactics is gaining on Lian Yashin, closing the distance by over a second. Hellskank and Morningstar are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Benka Kajota is inching closer to me, chopping down the gap by a second and a bit. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Amy is now just a second behind Benka Kajota. Scuderia Veloci is now in 18th place. Lukayu is now in 20th place. Congratulations, Leanne. Looks like your skills on the track are unbeatable. Who knew you'd be the one to take the checkered flag? Well done! Wow, what a fantastic performance by Lian Yashin. Congratulations on winning the race. You really drove your heart out and it paid off. Everyone better watch out because that was some serious racing skill. Great job. Here's a fun fact about the 2018 Honda IndyCar. It can reach speeds of over 230 miles per hour during a race. That's like if you blinked, you'd miss a quarter of a second. These cars are seriously built for some lightning-fast action on the track. Alright folks, this is a classic showdown. Rondon 69 is behind the wheel of a 2018 Honda IndyCar, which is known for its nimbleness and quick acceleration. Dale Earnhardt, on the other hand, is driving a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar, which typically offers a bit more raw power and stability. Considering Altamont Raceway Park's curves and short straightaways, I'd say Rondon 69 might have the edge with that Honda's agility. But don't count out Dale's Chevrolet for its staying power and torque. It's going to be close. But my money's on Rondon 69 taking the win, just because of that sharper handling. Let's see how the AI drivers handle the twists and the turns. Stay tuned! Alright everyone, Zots Fired is leading the pack from pole position driving a sleek 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Let's see if he can hold on to that first place as the race gets underway. Here's a fun fact for you. GT4 cars are like the Swiss Army knives of racing. They're built to be versatile, easy to race, and pretty close to their street versions. That means you could theoretically see one of your favorite showroom cars tearing up the track, which makes racing a lot more relatable and exciting for fans. Alright everyone, the countdown to pick your favorite car is almost finished. Make your choice now or forever hold your peace in last place. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI-powered vehicle will dominate the track. Alright, everyone. The race is on at Sportsland Sugo. Potato 11 is on pole with that sleek 2019 Ginetta G55 Super Cup. Let's see if he can hang on or if the others will catch up quick. Potato 11 has taken the lead right off the line. Nuts is holding second place and I am sitting comfortably in third. The top three are already spreading out a bit. Wow, Potato 11 really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1954 Mercedes-Benz W196 would probably take the win on the Autodromo de Franciacorta short circuit. It was a dominant F1 car with incredible tech for its time, and its speed and handling should give it an edge on that track. Thus, with its history of winning in real life, I think it would handle the twists and turns pretty well. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. Make your final picks now or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car is going to dominate the race. Get those selections in before it's too late. Wow, what a classic showdown. Slip'n'Slide gaming with a vintage Cooper T53. That car's got some history but might struggle with modern speed. L'Indilax Ferrari 156 F1 is pretty legendary, and probably has an edge in agility and power, despite being from the same era. I'd say L'Indilax Ferrari might just have a slight advantage here. But hey, with AI behind the wheel anything can happen. Buckle up! This is gonna be interesting. Alright everyone. The race is underway at the Autodromo di Franciacorta Shore. Kaiosify is starting on pole in a vintage 1951 Alfa Romeo 159. So don't blink, or you might miss some classic racing action. Kaiosify has taken the lead right out of the gate. Squatbender is holding strong in second, and Amundsen is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Amundsen and Squatbender are neck and neck for second place. Scuderia Veloce is climbing up to 6th place. Lian Yashin and Scuderia Veloce are locked in a close fight for 6th. Lian Yashin is climbing to 6th place. So Pro3 and Scuderia Veloce are nose to nose for 7th. Bubote is inching up to 15th. Sir Pro3 is climbing 2 spots to take 6th place. Lian Yashin and Sir Pro3 are battling closely for 6th. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 6th place. She's now right behind La Croissant 1980 in a close fight for 5th. Meanwhile, Scuderia Veloce and Sir Pro3 are neck and neck for 7th place. Notes: just climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Lin Lilac is closing the gap on Slips Lede Gaming. Now, just a second behind. Chalesy moved up 1 spot to 17th. Scuderia Veloce is now in 8th place. Slips Lede Gaming has moved into 9th. Lin Lilac is in 10th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. James Mayo is really having a rough time dropping to 21st. Amundsen is climbing up 1 spot to take 2nd. Squatbender and Amundsen are nose to nose fighting for 2nd place. La Croissant 1980 is driving a Ferrari 375 F1 from 1950. They're currently in 6th place and have a pretty slow fastest lap compared to the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Scuderia Veloce is driving a Gordini T32, a classic race car from the 1950s. They're holding 8th place, just behind the car in front by a small margin. Looks like a tight battle with Lian Yashin the Toit. Maya is driving a Ferrari 375 F1 from 1950. She's currently in the 18th place and has the slowest fastest lap among the racers. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the pack. Slips Lede Gaming is now in 8th place, climbing up 1 spot. Bubote has moved into 14th place, also up 1 spot. Lian Yashin is driving a 1950 BRM Type 15, a classic British racing machine. She's currently in 7th place but is quite a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the front pack. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1950B RM Type 15. He's currently in the last place and seems to be struggling with pace, trailing behind the pack. Zitten Cedar Gaming is now in 7th place. Sir Pro 3 is right behind, still fighting for that spot. The battle is heating up. Sir Pro 3 and Slipslide Gaming are nose to tail for 7th place. Maya just gained 1 spot, now in 16th. Shalesy and Maya are locked in a close fight for 16th. Lin Lilac is driving a 1961 Ferrari 156 F1, which is a bit behind in pace, but holding on to the 10th spot. The car's fastest lap is just over 4 seconds slower than the leader. Looks like she's hanging in there. Lian Yashin is driving a 1950B RM Type 15. She's currently in 8th place, but her lap time is over a second slower than the leaders. Looks like she's holding steady but not gaining much ground. Zitten Cedar Gaming is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Sir Pro 3 has also moved up 1 spot into 7th place. Congratulations to Kyosify on winning the race. Clearly, they were the fastest on the track today. Wow, Kyosify really outdid themselves. Congratulations! They must have some secret AI driving skills, or just a lot of luck. Either way, they're the one to beat in this race. Great job! If I had to pick one of these cars, I might lean towards the 2012 Praga 1 Ondi. It's known for its agility and lightweight design, perfect for a tight and challenging circuit like the Biker Naki Big Ring. Plus, its racing pedigree suggests it could handle those curves with style. The Radical SR3 models are also strong contenders, but the Praga Yacht 1's balance might just give it an edge. Alright folks, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your moment to make that crucial decision. Don't miss out on the excitement of seeing which AI-driven machine will dominate the race. Get your choices in before it's too late. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at the Bikerniki Big Ring. Leading the pack is Hingle McCringleberry in his vintage 1996 Osella P. A21 Honda Dual. Let's see if those classic vibes can hold the lead, or if the new kids will overtake. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry just took the victory. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congrats on the win, champ. Sure. Did you know that the F1 2014 cars were the first to introduce turbo-charged V6 engines since the early 1980s? It's like reviving a classic but with a high-tech twist. And those engines made the cars sound more futuristic than ever, even if they lacked the glorious noise of the V10s from the past. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is your last chance. Don't miss out on the fun. Get those selections in before the countdown hits 0, and you're stuck with whatever's left. Oof. This is quite the matchup. Dale Earnhardt in a Williams FDW36. That's like a classic American stock car, going against a sleek, modern F1 marvel, driven by Pippi Langstrom. The Mercedes F1 W05 Hybrid is known for its speed and agility, especially on a technical track like Autodromo Oscar Wayne Galvez. The FW6 is a solid car, but more tailored for traditional racing circuits. Not quite as refined as the hybrid F1 machine. So my guess is that Pippi, with that high-tech Mercedes, will likely take the victory if the AI manages to exploit its handling and performance. But hey, never underestimate the wild card of AI racing. Sometimes they surprise us all. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Autodromo Oscar Juan Galvez, and Nuts is on pole, zooming in that 2014 Williams FW36. Let's see if he can hold that lead or if the AI has other plans. Nuts has taken the lead right out of the gate. Ixajax is holding strong in second place, and Maya is sitting comfortably in third, ready to cause some chaos. Maya just overtook Ixajax and is now in second place. Ixajax is fighting hard to regain that spot. Ingo McCringleberry and Vinha17 are nose to tail for sixth. Eganarite is climbing to 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 6th. Chikomaru has moved into 7th. The race is heating up. Highmise is just ahead of Ixie Jackson 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Highmise are battling for 5th place, nose to tail. Unkuni Buddy and Vinha17 are fighting hard for 8th place. Very close. Dale Earnhardt is climbing to 11th place. Amy is catching up to 14th place. Pippi Langstrom is sneaking into 15th. Eganarite and Maya are nose to tail for 2nd place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 14th position. Lian Yashin is inching closer to the top 12. Scuderia Veloce and Lian are nose to tail, fighting for that 12th spot. Maya is now in 1st place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 6th. Highmise and Hingle McCringleberry are battling for 5th place. Close but no cigar yet. Highmitz just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Highmise are nose to tail. Looks like a close fight for 5th. Dale Earnhardt and Unkuni Buddy are battling hard for 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 5th place. Highmise and Hingle are nose to nose for that spot. Dale Earnhardt is making a move, now in 7th. Eganarite just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry and Ixajax are still nose to nose for 4. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Highmise, cutting the gap by over a second. Hingle McCringleberry and Ixajax are nose to tail for the 4th spot. Highmise and Hingle McCringleberry are fighting hard for 5th place. Dale Earnhardt and Highmise are locked in a close duel for 6th. Lewis is holding strong in 5th, but Hingle Mickringleberry is pushing hard to overtake. Dale Earnhardt is trying to close the gap on Hymies, both battling for 6th place. Leon Yashin and Unkoni Buddy are neck and neck for 10th. Looks like a tight squeeze coming up. Wow, Maya, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the race was just a warm-up for your talent. Congrats on the win. Congratulations to me for winning the race. That was a close one, but I managed to cross the finish line in 1st place. I knew all those hours of watching racing videos would pay off. And a big shout out to Dale Earnhardt for winning the bet race. He's earned himself a nice 2014 Williams FW36. Now he just has to figure out how to handle all that downforce. As for me, I'm claiming that shiny 2014 Mercedes F1W05 hybrid. Can't wait to see it in my garage, even if it's just virtual. Keep racing, everyone! Hey everyone, the clock's ticking down. Make sure to pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't leave me hanging here with all the good choices. Oh wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. Both cars are from the same era, but have their own unique quirks. The March 711 Ford is known for its raw power and aggressive handling, while the Lotus 72C is celebrated for its innovative aerodynamics and balance. Honestly, I'd give a slight edge to the Lotus because its design was revolutionary for its time, and it handled corners like it was glued to the track. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Maybe the Ford's brute strength will surprise us all. I say the race might be pretty close, but I'm leaning towards the Lotus to cross the finish line first. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Paul Ricard. And leading the pack is Leanne Yashin in a vintage 1970 Lotus 72. She's starting strong on pole, so let's see if she can hold on to that lead against these AI rivals. Ishman 33 has taken an early lead, with Len Yashin right behind in 2nd place. Christoph 33 is holding on to 3rd, but expects some action to shake things up soon. Nuts just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Nuts and Lean Yashin are nose to tail for 2nd. Navling and Rudd 3 Boy Gaming Studios are locked in a close fight for 5th. Sify just gained a spot to take 9th. And I'm battling Kyosify for 9th too, so this is getting interesting. Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios just gained a spot and is now in 4th place. Maya is also climbing, now in 9th place. Kyosify and Maya are nose to nose for that 9th spot. Looks like a close fight. Maldox FTE is climbing up to 6th place. Gnavling and Maldox FTE are nose to tail for that spot. Maya is sneaking into 8th place, inching closer to the top. Lian Yashin has just taken the lead, moving up to 1st place. Newts is closing in on Jiqi Swishman 33, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. They are now in a close fight for 2nd place. Maldox EF just climbed to 5th place. Kyosify is inching closer to Maya for 9th. Looks like a little battle brewing there. Gnavling and Stabigale Killams are nose to nose for 7th place. Maya just gained 1 spot, now in 9th. Kyosify and Maya are locked in a close fight for 9th. Gnavling and Stabigale Killams are neck and neck for 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up 1 spot to 12th. Connor Malady and Village are locked in a close fight for 13th. Okinabaka is closing in on SS Daven Games rapidly. Magala Set has climbed 1 spot to 20. Popcorn Slayer has also moved up 1 place to 22. The battle for 21 is heating up between Popcorn Slayer and Pippi Langstrom. GT Swishman 33 and Lin Yashin are nose to nose for the lead. Maldox EFCF and Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Stabigale Killams just gained 1 spot, now sitting in 7th. Yachi Swishman 33 has taken the lead, now in 1st place. Crystal 33 has moved up to 6th, and is now battling it out with Stabigale Killams for that spot. The fight for 6th is heating up. Lian Yashishin and Jaichi Swishman 33 are nose to tail at the front. Stabigale Killams just gained a spot, and is now 6th. Stabigale Killams and Maldox FCF are locked in a close fight for 5th. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is climbing to 3rd place. Mydoxf CF is now in 4th. And Maya is making her way to 8th. Looks like some steady progress. Okinabaka is on a roll, climbing to 15th place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is dropping like a stone. Now 26th. Stabigai Killens is inching closer to the top 5. Just one spot behind. Wow, GHC Swishman 33 really pulled off a stunning victory. Looks like all the practice paid off. Congratulations on the win, champion. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Server's Paradise has those tight turns and rapid direction changes that really test a car's agility. A car that can stick to the asphalt and respond quickly around those curves will have a huge advantage. Top speed is nice, but overall nimbleness and how well the car can navigate the twists and turns will make all the difference in winning or losing here. Alright, this is a classic rivalry. The Chevrolet from 2018 is known for its raw power and aggressive handling, perfect for surfers' Paradise's tight corners and long straightaways. The Honda from the same year, on the other hand, is often praised for its reliability and smoothness. But if I had to pick, I'd lean towards nuts with the Chevrolet. That extra punch and power might just be the edge needed to dominate those straight sections and make quick work of the corners. Hingley Kringleberry's Honda will put up a good fight. But in this case, I think the Chevrolet might just squeak out a victory. Now, let's see how the AI drivers perform. The race is about to start. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Surfer's Paradise and Uncle Buddy is on pole, steering that classic 2018 Honda Indy car. Let's see if that beauty can hold the lead, or if the others will catch up. Uncle Buddy is leading the race. Zinyahima is right behind in second, and Lux Ravenous is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Scuderia Veloz just made a quick move to the 15th place. Zinyahima is holding on to the lead, but only just. Uncle Buddy is closing in on Zinyahima, making that a battle for the top spot. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 10th place. Princess Wildface and Pippi are neck and neck for 10th. Dale Earnhardt and Kingred are battling for 13th. Lian Yeshin is charging through the field, now in 13th place, after overtaking 3 cars. Tsukstakat is right behind, also climbing fast into 14th place with 3 more cars overtaken. Amy is making her way up the pack, now in 6th place after gaining 2 positions. Tsukstakat is on a tear, climbing from the back to first place in no time. Scuderia Veloz is not far behind, making a huge jump to second place after overtaking 15 cars. Lian Yashin is making steady progress, moving up 3 spots to 10th. Trash Crashton is on fire, climbing to third place after overtaking 3 cars. Dale Earnhardt is making a move, now in 12th after a similar surge. Kingroot is also on the rise, now in 13th, catching up fast. Wow! Zenyahima just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was born to win. Congrats on the victory. Wow, Zenyahima, you absolutely crushed that race. Huge congratulations on taking the top spot. And for the lucky drivers claiming cars, congratulations to Nuts for winning the bet race and earning the 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. You've earned it. Lane Yeshin, great job on the most overtakes. You can also claim a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Nice work out there. Sure thing. Did you know that the 1993 Porsche 911 Turbo was the first 911 Turbo to feature all-wheel drive as standard? It's like Porsche's way of saying, we're serious about winning races and keeping you on the road at the same time. Plus, for a car from the early 90s, it had quite the sporty reputation and still turns heads today. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks for the race before it's too late. Don't miss out on your chance to see which AI car dominates the track today. Hurry up and pick your favorite. Hey Forsengo. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you swinging by again. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI chaos on the track. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Circuito Sagalices, and Amy is starting strong on pole position. She's behind the wheel of a classic 1995 Ford GT90, the crowd's favorite from the 90s supercar era. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, followed closely by Scuderia Veloce in second place, and K-Boomper holding on to third. Kyroscope advances to 9th place. The Dreamkeeper climbs 2 spots to 10th. Kilo Juliet Delta and the Dreamkeeper are nose to nose for 10th. Dale Earnhardt and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 7th place. Kilo Juliet Delta just nudged up to 10th. Lian Yassin is climbing to 13th. And Lian Yashin and Captain Canadian are battling it out for 12th. Pippi Langstrom is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 13th place. Newts has also gained 1 position, now in 15th. K-Boomper is really stalking Scuderia Veloce, now just a 1.5 behind. They're nose to tail for 2nd place. Kilo Juliet Delta is climbing up to 9th place, making moves. Beats with Kev is now in 3rd place, inching closer to the top. K-Boomper and Beats with Kev are nose to nose for 3rd. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 5th, making things interesting behind them. K-Boomper advances to 3rd place. Pata to 11 climbs to 5th. Pippi Langstrom and Pata to 11 are nose to nose for 5th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 5th place. The Dreamkeeper and Kilo Juliet Delta are locked in a close fight for 9th. Hingle McCringleberry is moving up to 11th. Newts is driving a 1994 Ferrari 512 TR, a classic V8 beast known for its sleek design and sharp handling. Their race seems to be a quiet cruise in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves so far. K-Boomper just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Beats with Kev is closing the gap on Scuderia Veloce by a 2nd. Looks like a tight fight for 3rd place shaping up. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1995 Ford GT90. They're currently in the 11th place, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like they're hanging in there with a decent lap time of 1:24.434. Dale Earnhardt is driving a 1995 Ford GT90 and is currently in 7th place. He's been consistent with a fastest lap of 1:22.682. So he's holding his own but not quite catching the leaders. Beats with KF is climbing to 3rd place. Hippie Langstrom is now in 4th. Potato 11 is sneaking into 5th. Looks like the race is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1995 Ford GT90T. He's currently in 10th place and has the fastest lap of the race so far among Ford GT90s. Looks like he's making some moves. Potato 11 just gained 1 spot and is now in 4th place. Scuderia Veloz also moved up 1 position into 5th. Kilo Juliet Delta and Dale Earnhardt are nose-to-nose fighting for 7th place. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Amy for taking the race. That was a fantastic drive. And great job to Amy for the fastest lap. So she gets to claim the legendary 1995 Ford GT90. Potato 11. You won the bet race. Excellent work. You get the sleek 1992 Jaguar X J220. Hingle McCringleberry. You really showed off with those overtakes. So you also get to add the 1995 Ford GT90 to your garage. This race was full of surprises. But it looks like everyone's got a shiny new car to brag about. Alright everyone, time's almost up to pick your favorite car. Make sure you get your choices in before we lock them in. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for the ultimate racing machine. Alright, so we have the legendary Dale Earnhardt in a shiny 1966 MG MGB GTV, 8 and 4 single and a classic 1973 Volkswagen Beetle. Now, the MGV8 is a sporty little number, probably faster and more agile around the circuit. The Beetle, on the other hand, is charming, but not exactly known for its speed. Given the track with the tricky chicane, I'd say the MGV8 has the edge. It's built for some spirited driving and cornering, while the Beetle might struggle to keep up with those sharper turns. So, my money's on Dale and his V8 to take the win. But hey, with AI racing anything can happen. Let's see if the Beetle surprises us. Alright folks, the race is underway at the Circuit du Var on this twisty chicane track. Leading the pack now is Hingle McCringleberry in a classic 1979 Puma GTE, starting from pole to oil. Buckle up, this should be a fun one. Hingle McCringleberry is leading the race. followed closely by Princess Wildface in second place. Pippi Langstrumpf is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 8th place. Amy is sneaking into 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Scuderia Veloce is now in 4th place. Scuderia Veloce, Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to tail for 3rd. Maya is climbing to 6th. Notes is now in 4th place. Maya is closing in on Scuderia Veloce with a 1.8 second gap. Dale Earnhardt has moved up to 8th place. Nutz is driving a 1967 Volkswagen Karmann Ghia, which is known for its stylish design and decent handling. Looks like Nutz is holding steady in 4th place. Not bad for a classic. Dale Earnhardt is driving a 1966 MGM GB GT8. Looks like he's making a move from the back, but still has a lot of ground to cover. Princess Wildface is in 2nd place, driving a 1967 Abarth 1000 Berliner Corsa T. Looks like she's holding steady, but no real pressure from behind yet. Pippi Langstrumpf is driving a 1979 Puma GTE, same as me. Looks like they're making a move from 4th to 3rd, so they're definitely pushing. Race seems tight behind Hingle and Princess Wildface. The Chicken is shaking up the order, causing some overtaking chaos and slowing down the leaders. Lianiation is currently in 8th place, driving a 1979 Puma GTE. Looks like she's holding her own with that classic muscle car, but she's got some work to do to catch the leaders. Dale Earnhardt just gained a spot, now in 4th place. Nutz and Dale are still neck and neck for that position. Amy is climbing up to 8th place, making her way through the pack. Dale Earnhardt is inching closer to the top 3, climbing 1 spot to 3rd place. Nutz is also moving up, now in 4th. Looks like those two are about to have a close encounter for 3rd place. Scuderia Veloce is climbing to 5th place. Maya is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf, cutting the gap by over a second. Maya is driving a 1979 Puma GT, which is holding steady in 7th place. Looks like she's not quite matching the pace of the leader, but staying competitive. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 2nd place. Nutz is closing in on Princess Wildface, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Amy is moving up to 7th. Amy and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a tight battle for 6th. Pippi Langström is making a move on Amy for 6th place. Amy is holding her ground for now, but this battle is heating up. Mike is still in the lead, but the pack is closing in. Pippi Langström is driving a 1979 Puma GTE. They're currently in 4th place, battling to move up, but their fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders. Dale Earnhardt is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Amy is closing in on Scuderia Veloce, reducing the gap by 1.9 seconds. Dale Earnhardt just took the lead, sneaking past Hingle McCringleberry. Hingle is not giving up easily though. They are still nose to nose for the top spot. Meanwhile, I am holding on to 7th place, with Pippi Langström trying to close the gap. Well, look at that! Dale Earnhardt just took the checkered flag. Guess he's still got it. Congratulations on the win! Wow, Dale Earnhardt really outdid himself today, winning the race, setting the fastest lap time, and making the most overtakes. That's a triple crown if I've ever seen one. Congrats to him. And good news for the other drivers. Dale Earnhardt can now claim the 1966 MGM GBG V8 in Group 1 Dahlin. That's a pretty sweet prize for a really impressive performance. Who's next to claim a car? For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and handling. Enna Pegusa has a mix of tight corners and a few long straights, so a car that can stick to the road and handle well around those twists would be ideal. Power is important, but if a car can't navigate the curves smoothly, it's not going to win. Balance and responsiveness will make all the difference here. Alright folks, we've got Nuts in a McLaren MCL33, and Dale Earnhardt in a Mercedes AMG F1 W09 EQ Racing at Enna Pegusa. The Mercedes is known for its incredible speed and handling, especially in a Grand Prix setting. The McLaren, while a decent car, is not quite on the same level when it comes to pure performance. Considering the car's reputation and specs, I'd say Dale in the Mercedes has the upper hand here. But hey, in the world of AI racing, surprises are always around the corner. Let's see if Nuts can shake things up with that McLaren. Ready? Let's hit start and find out who takes the checkered flag. Alright, everyone. The race kicks off at Aina Pergusa with Evolution 954 on pole. In a 2018 Williams FW41 Adith. Let's see if they can hold that lead, or if the others have tricks up their sleeves. Sure. Did you know that LMP1 cars were so advanced they could often outperform some of the older prototypes, even though they were designed mainly for endurance racing? It's like bringing a sports car to a marathon and still winning. They were the real showstoppers in the world of Le Mans racing with their incredible speed and technology. Oh, this is a classic matchup, isn't it? The Rebellion R1 from 2015 versus the BR Engineering BR1 from 2018. The Brougham is definitely the newer model, so technically, it should have a slight edge when it comes to technology and aerodynamics. But the Rebellion R1 has that vintage charm, and perhaps a bit of unpredictable character that might just keep us guessing. Given the car choices and the overall balance, I'd say the Brougham has the advantage here. But, hey, in AI racing anything can happen. Maybe the older Rebellion will surprise us with some vintage finesse. I'm curious to see how it pans out. A fun fact about the 1979 Puma GTE 1600 is that it was a lightweight sports car designed for pure driving enjoyment, and it actually had a small but passionate following in Germany. It looked a bit like a tiny American muscle car, but with European flair, making it quite the quirky little enthusiast's vehicle. Plus, its compact size made it feel like you were driving a go-kart with a roof. Hey everyone, the clock's ticking down. So if you want to influence which car gets to race, now's the time to shout it out. Make your pick before it's too late, or you'll be stuck watching whatever unlucky vehicle the AI picks for itself. Hurry up! Oh wow. This is quite the classic showdown. Pippi Langstrump with the Lada Samara from 1986. Lt. That car is notorious for being quirky. And maybe not the speediest off the line, but reliable in its own weird way. On the other hand, we have nuts in a 1969 Fiat Dino 2400. That's a beautiful vintage sports car that probably has a bit more flair and agility going for it. Given the track is Indianapolis vintage, the longer straights might favor nuts a bit more thanks to that Italian engine charm. But you never know with these AI races. Pippi's car might surprise us with some unexpected endurance. If I had to put my chips on one, I'd say nuts has a slight edge just because of that sporty pedigree. But hey, in racing, anything can happen, especially with AI drivers. We'll see if Pippi can channel her inner speedster, or if nuts will cruise to victory. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at Indianapolis Vintage, and look at that. Popcorn Slayer is on pole with a classic 1965 MGB GT. You know they've got style and speed, or so I hope. Let's see if the vintage legend can hold the lead. Mafia Mavi is leading the race right now, followed closely by Popcorn Slayer in second place. Alan 656 is holding on to the third spot. Looks like a tight start. Hermit Media is on the move, climbing up to 8th place. Ihava Eczema is making a charge to 15th. Nudes is sneaking up to 26th. Amy just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Looks like she's on a roll. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 6th. Not bad, but still a ways to go. Dale Earnhardt and Popcorn Slayer are nose to tail for 5th. Looks like a good old-fashioned scrap. Hermit Media is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 5th place. Maya is gaining ground, moving 2 places up to 8th. The battle for 7th is heating up with Maya and Popcorn Slayer nose to nose. Alan 656 and Mafia Mavi are nose to nose for the lead. Hermit Media is sneaking into 4th place. Dale Earnhardt is climbing into 5th. Alan 656 and Mafia Mavi are nose to nose for the lead. Maya just gained 1 spot, now in 6th. Lian Yashin is climbing 2 spots, now in 8th. Shotskis is on a roll, climbing to 11. Ice is closing in on Eczema fast. Less than 5 seconds now. Hingle McCringleberry is making moves, grabbing 21 after overtaking 3 cars. Esteban Games is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 10th place. Hermit Media is closing the gap on Mafia Mavi, shaving off 1.1 seconds. Hermit Media and Mafia Mavi are locked in a tight duel for 2nd place. Hermit Media is climbing to 2nd place. Maya is making a move up to 3rd. Lian Yeshin is closing in on Dale Earnhardt. with a 3.1 second gap shrinking. Ice is climbing fast, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Detoxins is also making moves, grabbing the 13th spot with 3 cars overtaken. Lian Yeshin is closing in on Dale Earnhardt, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Maya just overtook for 2nd place. Mafia Mavi and Amy are still nose to tail for 4th. Looks like Mafia Mavi might have the edge for now. Hemit Media is holding on to the lead, but Maya is closing the gap, now just 1 second behind. The battle for first is heating up. Reinecke just made a bold move and is now in 11th place. Nils is climbing fast, now in 20th. And Maya is holding on to the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st. Hemit Media is gaining on. Maya again, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Lian Yeshin is climbing up to 5th place. Detoxins is closing in on Reinecke, both fighting for 11th place with a tight battle. Buchitero is on a roll, moving up to 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is closing in on Elan 656, now just 3 seconds behind. Lian Yeshin is hot on Amy's tail, closing the gap by almost 4 seconds. Yamchubi Panda is slicing through the track, closing in on Popcorn Slayer by nearly 14 seconds. Reinecke just moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Shotsky's also gained 1 position, now in 10th. Wow, Maya, you really took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was an incredible performance. You really know how to leave the competition in the dust. And a big shout out to Lian Yashin for snagging the fastest lap. You earned yourself that sleek 1999 Mitsubishi FTO GP. Looks like you're ready to hit the streets in style with that one. Nuts! You came out on top in the bet race. That means you get to claim the vintage classic, a 1969 Fiat Dino 2400. Perfect for showing off some vintage flair. Well done, everyone. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1966 Porsche 906. It's the most modern and aerodynamic of the bunch, so I think it would handle the Lausitzring DTM circuit better than the others. The others are great classics, but might struggle with the technical corners and high-speed sections. The Porsche 906 is like the seasoned athlete among a bunch of vintage racers. Wow! Silvo Gaming really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the fastest gamer on the track today. Wow, big cheers for Silverbeak Gaming. They really showed those cars who's boss today. Nice work! Now, congratulations to Dale Earnhardt for clocking the fastest lap and earning that vintage Porsche 909 Bergspider. That thing is a beauty. And a shout out to Amy for the most overtakes, earning the same classic ride. Looks like it's a vintage car showdown now. Who knew ultralights could be so competitive? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and maneuverability. Circuit Hawaii looks like a twisty, tight, and technical course, so a car that can corner sharply and stay stable at high speeds would have the best shot. Acceleration and braking are important too, because those long straight sections mix with complex turns. But ultimately, the car's agility through those tight corners will determine who comes out on top. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at Circuit Hawaii, and Ragnarok is on pole with a classic 1967 Honda R at 300. Let's see if vintage speed can keep up with the modern chaos. Ragnarok has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Kilo Juliet Delta is right behind in second, trying to keep up. Autumn Thunderbird is in third, not far off but already a bit behind the top two. Maya is now in third place, climbing up one spot. Autumn Thunderbird and Maya are nose to tail fighting for third. Drua Falls is also gaining positions, moving up to sixth. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Sure thing. Did you know that Ruapuna Park also known as Mike Pero Motorsport Park, is famous for its surprisingly tight corners and fast straights. It's like the track wants you to think you're in a supercar commercial but then throws in a twist to keep things interesting. It's a favorite among drivers because of how it tests both speed and precision, kind of like your favorite coffee. Strong and a little unpredictable. Alright folks, time's almost up. Make your final choices before the AI drivers hit the track. Don't miss out on choosing your favorite or risking the fate of an underdog. Hurry up, or you might regret it when your pick gets lapped. Oh, this is quite the matchup. The 2012 Praga R1 from Scuderia Veloce is a solid choice, known for its lightweight design and agility. But the 2019 Radical SR5, driven by Hingle McCringleberry, is a beast, with more modern tech and power under the hood. If it were a fight of pure speed and tech, I'd probably lean towards Hingle's Radical. But the Praga has that nimbleness factor that could surprise us. Honestly, it's going to come down to how well each AI handles the corners and their strategy. My bet is on Hingle with the Radical, but don't count out the Praga just yet. Alright folks, Chaotic Weirdo is kicking things off in pole position with the 2019 Radical SR5, ready to tear up the Ruapuna Park track in the ultralights class. Buckle up, it's gonna be a wild ride. The race kicks off with the Chaotic Weirdo leading the pack, followed closely by Lian Yashin and Imbus Platinum. Looks like a tight start. Let's see who can hold their ground. Lian Yashin just overtook the Chaotic Weirdo to take the lead. They are now battling for first place. Ablaizi and Indus Platinum are nose to nose for third. Looks like a close fight there. Amy just nudged into 6th place. Dale Earnhardt and Amy still neck and neck for that spot. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th. Scuderia Veloce is now in 4th place. Dale Earnhardt has climbed to 5th. Hingle Kringleberry is in 6th. Looks like the top spots are getting crowded. Agrids 34 is driving a 2003 Palmer Jaguar JP. They're currently in the 13th place, so not quite making waves yet, but hanging in there. Dale Earnhardt is driving a Radical SR5 and is currently in 5th place. Looks like he's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. The ultralights class seems pretty evenly matched with a mix of older and newer cars, but the track favors those with better handling and agility. The Radical SR5s are leading, so their speed and maneuverability are paying off. The slower cars are struggling to keep up. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 4th place. I am sneaking into the top 10, moving up 2 spots. Gippy Langstrup is closing in on Nuts, cutting the gap by over a second. Amy is in 8th place with a 1996 Osella PA21 Honda. Her lap time is a bit slower than the leaders, but she's holding her ground. Congratulations to Lian Yashin on winning the race. Looks like all that hard work paid off. Well done. Sure thing. Did you know that the Bristol Motor Speedway dirt track is actually a pretty recent addition? It was first used in 2021, so it's like the new kid on the block. It really shakes things up because the dirt makes the cars slide around in ways you wouldn't see on the regular asphalt. It's like watching a wild dance on wheels and adds a whole new level of chaos and fun to the race. Alright everyone, time is ticking down fast. If you haven't picked your champion yet, now's the moment. Don't miss out on your chance to root for the fastest, coolest car in this AI race. Hurry up and make your pick before it's too late. Oh, this is a matchup that's gonna be interesting. The 1982 URDC 81 has that classic no-nonsense racing heritage. so it might have a bit of an edge on dirt with its solid build. On the other hand, the Lancia LC1 is known for its agility and sharp handling, which could be a game changer on the Bristol dirt track. Honestly, I'd put my chips on Max Biroli's URDC 81 just because of its raw power and endurance. But don't count out Fishink's Lancia LC1 for some slick moves and surprises. It's going to be a close one, so stay tuned. Alright folks, we've got the race kicking off at the Bristol dirt track, with Group C2 cars. Leading the pack is Maya in a classic 1984 Lola T610, starting on the very front. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold the lead, or if the competition catches up. N-Body Notes has shot off the line to take the lead. K-Steflex is holding strong in second place, while Arlo Coast is hanging tight in third. Looks like a close battle already shaping up. Pippi Langstrumpf is on the tier, now leading by a huge margin. Maya is closing in fast, climbing to second place. Fishinks is also making a strong push, grabbing third. The race is heating up with those big moves. Nuts is gaining on Dale Earnhardt, closing the gap to just a few seconds now. The Betty White Show is catching down to Quest rapidly, less than a second behind. Official Class Elite is closing in on the Betty White Show, so expect some action soon. Fishinks is climbing fast into second place. Max Biroli is also making moves, now in fourth. Maya and Max Biroli are nose to tail for third place. This is getting interesting. Max Biroli is climbing up to third place. Scuderia Veloce has moved up to 8. Max Biroli is climbing up to second place. Max Biroli and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to nose for the lead. Lian Yashin and Xenia Hima are locked in a close fight for fifth. Fishinks is climbing up to second place. Max Biroli and Fishinks are nose to nose for that spot. Lian Yashin is inching up to fifth. Lian and I are battling hard for fourth. Maya is now in second place, closing the gap. Xenia Hima has moved up to fifth, just behind Lian Yashin. They're nose to tail fighting for that fifth spot. Fishinks and Maya are nose to tail for second place. Xenia Hima is climbing up to take fourth. Max Biroli and Xenia Hima are locked in a close fight for that fourth spot. and Body Notes just made a smooth move to 12th place. Fishinks and Maya are nose to tail for 2nd. Next Spirally is climbing to 4th. Looks like the race is heating up. Fishink is making a move up to 2nd place. Maya and Fishink are nose to tail fighting for that 2nd spot. Lian Yashin and Zenyahima are locked in a close duel for 5th. Lian Yashin and Zenyahima are nose to tail for 5th place. Scuderia Veloce is inching up to take 7th. Nuts and Scuderia Veloce are locked in a close fight for 7th. Fishinks and Pippi Langstrump are nose to tail at the front. Max Barely and I are locked in a close fight for 3rd place. Scuderia Veloce just made a move up 1 spot to 6th. Lian Yashin is really having a rough time, dropping back to 29th place. I'm inching closer to Fishink, closing the gap by a full 2nd. Max Spirally and I are nose to nose for 3rd place, so it's getting spicy up here. Max Spirally is climbing to 3rd place. Zenyahima is also moving up to 4th. Scuderia Veloce is gaining on Maya and closing the gap by over a 2nd. Well, look at that. Fishink just took the checkered flag. Guess they're the ones to beat now. Congrats on the win. Wow, Fishink really pulled off the win. Great job to them. Now, congratulations are in order for Scuderia Veloce for their incredible overtaking skills. They can now claim the 1982 Ford C100 from Group C 2-2. Someone's definitely going to enjoy that beauty. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility because the Berlin E-Prix is known for its tight corners and sharp turns. Acceleration and electric power are important too. But being able to maneuver through those tricky sections with precision really makes a difference. Top speed is less critical here, so a car that's quick off the line and can stick to the track like glue is my ideal choice. Alright everyone, grab your virtual seats because the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make it happen before they all zoom off without you. Don't miss out on the fun. Well, this is quite the matchup, isn't it? On one side, We have Kazuma Gil with a 28 Porsche 91199 7 GT3. That car is definitely a racing legend, known for its balance and speed. On the other side, Amy with a 22 Morgan Aero 8G T22i. That one's a bit more of a classic beauty, but I'd imagine it's not quite as agile or fast as the Porsche on a modern circuit like Berlin E-Prix. Honestly, I'd put my money on Kazuma Girl. The Porsche's design and engineering edge should give her a better shot at navigating tight turns and hitting high speeds. The Morgan might look stunning, but in a race context, I think the Porsche has the upper hand. Of course, with AI drivers, anything can happen, but I'm betting on the Porsche to take the win here. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Berlin E-Prix, with Nuts leading in a vintage 2004 Porsche 91196 GT 3R. Let's see if that classic gives them an edge, or if modern machines will catch up. Newts has shut off the line to take the lead, with Dreamkeeper right behind in second place. Ingo McCringleberry is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing up to second place. Ingo McCringleberry and Nuts are nose-to-nose for the lead. Skeksis Beaupré and Asironia are locked in a close fight for fifth. Ingo McCringleberry and Nuts are nose-to-nose for the lead. Skeksis Beaupré just slipped into the top 5. Big Boy Bets is making a move up to 7th. Ingo McCringleberry is now in first place. I see Maya is climbing to 9th. Amy is making a move to 10th. Maya is closing in on Amy for 9th place. Billy is climbing up to 14th. Billy and Kazuma Girl are neck and neck for 13th. Amy just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Maya is right behind her, eyeing that spot. Lian Yeshin is inching closer to 15, trying to make a move. Dale Earnhardt and Lian are nose to tail for that 15th position. The Dreamkeeper is cruising in a 2004 Cadillac CTSV. Looks like they're holding steady in third place, not making any dramatic moves but staying in the hunt. Asuroni just gained 1 position and is now in 5th place. Asuroni and Seidamujijamis are nose-to-nose fighting for 4th. Skeksis Beaupré and Asuroni are also close in the fight for 5th. Skeksis Beaupré is climbing fast, now in 4th place. Zademujijamis and Skeksis Beaupré are nose-to-nose for that 4th spot. Trihatriad is making progress, now in 11th place. Skeksis Beaupré is climbing to 3rd place. Billy is making a move to 13th. Skeksis Beaupré is climbing up 1 spot to 2nd place. Nuts and Skeksis Beaupré are nose to tail, fighting for that 2nd spot. Maya is currently in 8th place with a fastest lap of 1:22.483. Her Infiniti G35 GT2 is holding up well, but she's got Skeksis Beaupré right behind and Amy closing in. Looks like a tight battle for the top 10. Big Boy Bets is climbing to 6th place. Amy has moved up 2 spots, now in 7th. Asuroni and Amy are nose to tail for 7th place. Maya is moving up the field quickly. Amy and Big Boy Bets are still neck and neck for 6th place. Trehat and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close fight for 10th. Big Boy Bets and Sadamo Gishamis are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up 1 spot to take 9th. And it looks like I am right on Pippi's tail for 9th too. Big Boy Bets is climbing up to 5th place. Asuroni has moved up to 7th. Asuroni and Sadamoji Jamis are neck and neck for 6th. Amy just overtook for 7th place. Looks like she's on the move. Asuroni and Amy are still nose to nose for 7th. Trehat and I are locked in a close fight for 10th. This race is heating up. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the victory. Looks like someone was saving their best moves for the finish line. Well done. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry really pulled off a spectacular win, didn't they? Congratulations to them. Now, for the lucky driver who won the bet race, Amy can claim a 2002 Morgan Aero 8 GT. Nice victory, Amy. Looks like some great prizes all around today. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Fort Wayne Road Circuit, I might lean towards the Hennessy Venom GT. It's got the kind of raw speed and aerodynamics that could make it a serious contender on those twists and turns. But honestly, with so many high-performance machines here, it's anyone's game. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down. Make your choices quickly or you might end up with a car you didn't want. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh, this is quite the battle of the vintage versus the slightly more modern sporty ride. The Morgan Aero Supersports is known for its lightness and unique style. But it's not exactly a speed demon compared to the Rough or GT, which is more of a racing-focused beast. My guess is that Violetta Mama might have the edge here, thanks to the Rough's performance prowess. Still, with the quirky charm of Wild Cavanoni's Morgan, anything can happen. Especially on a circuit that tests agility and handling. So my money's on Violetta Mama to take the win, but don't count out that Morgan just yet. Let's see how it all unfolds. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Fort Wayne Road Circuit. The modern streetcar class with Plebis 3 on pole. Driving a sleek 2011 Mercedes-Benz SL65. IMG? Let's see if that German rocket can hold the lead, or if the others will surprise us. Plebis 3 has shot to the front right at the start. Bean Streams is holding strong in second, while HP Lootcraft is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Pippi Langstrup is on a tier, overtaking 23 cars to claim the lead. Valdo is making a solid move, climbing up 12 places to 12. Yesterome 33,796 is having a tough time, dropping 7 spots to 17. Center Savage is making a move, climbing 6 places to 15. Alexichatinitti is right behind, also up 6 spots to 16. Dale Earnhardt is catching up, gaining 6 positions to 17. Lian Yashin is on a tier, climbing 20 positions to sit in 6th. I see. Maya is also making moves, overtaking 15 cars to settle in 12th. Bill the Old Guy and X-Basic Switch are nose to tail, battling fiercely for 15. Violetta Mama is on a roll, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 4 cars. X-Basic Switch is gaining ground, moving up 3 spots to 12. Alex HDX is making a move, overtaking 5 cars to sit in the 13th position. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on Bean Streams, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Wild Cavanon is climbing up to 8th place. Thomas Moran and Wild Cavanon are nose-to-nose in a tight battle for 8th. Bill the Old Guy is dropping like a stone, now in 23rd place. Thomas Moran is climbing steadily, now in 8th. Thomas Moran and Dank Nuggins are nose-to-tail fighting for 7th. Filthy Old Guy is on a roll, climbing from way back to 4th place. Bean Streams is closing in on Architect fast. Less than 7 seconds now. Maya is making a nice move, jumping 3 spots to 27. LXEX Natit is on a roll, climbing 3 places to take the 10th spot. Hish the Husky just nudged into 4th. Dr. Felix is right behind in 5th, inching closer. Dale Earnhardt is making a nice climb up to 16th place. Newts is also on the move, now in 19. Filthy Old Guy is having a rough time, dropping 10 spots to 28. Eats Basic Switch just overtook someone to move into 12th place. NNR Savage is also climbing up to 13th place. Waldo and Senar Savage are nose-to-nose for 13. Maya is rapidly catching up to Amy and has cut the gap down to just over 13 seconds. Ace Basic Switch has climbed 1 spot to 11th place. Dank Nuggins and X Basic Switch X are nose-to-nose fighting for the 11th spot. Violetta Mama is gaining on Dr. Felix, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. LXEXEJ is inching closer to Thomas Moran, cutting the gap by 1 second. Incineroar Savage is climbing 2 spots and is now in 12th place. LXLX Natud is climbing fast into 6th place. Zender Savage is making a move into 11th. Scuderia Veloz is gaining ground into 14th. Swell Place TV is on a roll, climbing to 14. Borti Afro is making a move to 16. Bobardo is sneaking into 18. Looks like the pack is getting tighter. Dr. Felix just overtook someone to take 4th place. Alexex Nati is also climbing up to 5th. Fish the Husky and Alexishayakshitis Lee are nose-to-nose for 5th. Wow! Plebis 3 really took the checkered flag. Looks like all that practice paid off. Congrats on the win. Wow! Plebis 3 really pulled off a fantastic win. Congratulations on that victory. You earned it. And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrumpf for setting the fastest lap. Opt. You can now claim a shiny 2016 Hennessy Venom GT. Perfect for tearing up the streets. Well done! Here's a fun fact for you all about the all-random racing car class. These cars are like the box of chocolates of racing. You never know what you're gonna get. One minute you could have a sleek sports car and the next a tiny compact. It keeps the race unpredictable and makes every lap a surprise. Who needs a plan when randomness is the name of the game, right? Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, you better do it now, or you're gonna miss out. Time's almost up, so get those picks in before the AI picks for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, so we've got Amy in her classic Saab 9.3 Aero Turbo going up against Bill the old guy in a Honda Civic Type R. The Saab being older might be a bit of a wild card with that turbo, but it's not exactly a speed demon in the corners. The Civic Type R, on the other hand, is known for its agility and sporty handling, especially at Rouen, which favors sharp turns and quick acceleration. Given the track and the cars involved, I'd probably put my bets on Bill the old guy's Civic winning the race. It's got the edge in maneuverability and responsiveness. Amy's Saab might surprise us with its turbo boost. But unless she's a wizard behind the wheel, I think the Honda has this one in the bag. Stay tuned for the chaos though. Alright folks, the race is underway at Rouen-les-Essarts, and it looks like Lynn Lilac is starting in the lead, driving a vintage 1981 Metal X MTX 106. Honestly, nothing like a classic to shake things up right at the start. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off the line to take the lead. Lynn Lilac is holding strong in second place. Nuts is currently in third, trying to keep up. Catgirl TM is on the move, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 4 cars. Scuderia Veloce is also making progress, moving up 4 spots to 12. Tron is having a tough time, dropping 8 positions to 13. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Dale Earnhardt has also gained 1 position, now in 7th. Exhaust 21 and Dale Earnhardt are nose-to-tail fighting for 7th place. Lian Yashin is on a roll, climbing 3 places to take the 10th spot. Maya is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 3rd. Potato 11 is also making progress, moving up 1 spot to 5th. Maya is battling to regain ground after dropping 9 places to 12. Dr. Keeps Up Away is closing the gap on Amy rapidly, shaving off 14.1 seconds. Nuts is climbing up to 3rd place, making a nice move forward. Filthy Old Guy is closing in on Pippi Langstrup, cutting the gap by 16.6 seconds. Potato 11 has climbed 1 spot to take 3rd place. Dale Earnhardt is also up 1 spot, now in 4th. Potato 11 is gaining on Lynn Lilac, closing the gap by 3.6 seconds. They are battling fiercely for 2nd place. Lian Yashin is climbing 2 spots to take 4th. Lian Yashin is climbing to 2nd place. Catgirl TM is now 7th. Pippi Langstrup is moving up to 11th. Catgirl TM is gaining on Nuts, closing the gap by a second. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 10th place. Indigo Pete is narrowing the distance to Scuderia Veloce by a solid 1.6 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Exhaust 21, closing the gap by a second. Indigo Pate is inching closer to Scuderia Veloce, cutting nearly 1.2 seconds. And Maya is catching up to Shran, narrowing the distance by 2.3 seconds. Looks like everyone's playing catch-up. Dr. Keeps Up Away is gaining on Amy, now just a few seconds behind. Lin Lilac is catching up to Len Yashin, and Potato 11 is right on Lin Lilac's tail. Things are heating up. Potato 11 is gaining on Lin Lilac, closing the gap to just over 2 seconds. Catgirl TM is catching up to Nuts, now less than a second behind. Pippi Langstrup is narrowing the distance to Exhaust 21, just a bit over a second now. Dr. Keeps Up Away is gaining fast on Amy, now just a few seconds behind. Potato 11 is closing the gap on Lin Lilac, and they are battling fiercely for 3rd place. Potato 11 is climbing to 3rd place. Dale Earnhardt is gaining on Lin Lilac, now just over 2 seconds behind. Dr. Keeps Up Away is catching up to Amy quickly, less than 3 seconds now. Lin Lilac is climbing to 3rd place. Catgirl TM is now in 6th. Pippi Langstrup is inching into 7th. Maya is closing in fast on Shran, now just a few seconds behind. Potato 11 has climbed 1 spot to 3rd place. Linlilac and Pata to 11 are nose to nose fighting for third. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the win. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well deserved. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the victory and nailed the fastest lap. Phew, congratulations to you. Now, for claiming that shiny 2019 SSC to Atara Hingle, you've earned it. And Lian Yoishin with the most overtakes, you've impressed everyone today. You're also eligible to claim that sleek 2019 SSC to Atara. Looks like the race was full of surprises, huh? Sure thing. The 28 Porsche 911 G3 RSR was built for the racetrack, but still had that classic Porsche flair. Did you know it was powered by a 3.8-liter flat 6 engine, which is basically a flat, horizontally opposed twin? That design helps lower the car's center of gravity, making it almost as stable as your favorite chair. Plus, it could reach speeds over 180 miles per hour. So it's like the race car version of "Don't blink or you'll miss it." Alright, everyone, the clock's about to hit 0. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your last chance to jump in and make your choice. Don't miss out on the fun. Time's almost up. Alright, we've got Jay Boogie behind the wheel of a 24 Gillet Vertigo and Mean in a 23 seat. Cupra GT. Now, both of these cars are quite different beasts. The Vertigo is known for its agility and lightweight design, perfect for weaving through corners. The Seat Cupra GT, on the other hand, brings a touch more raw power and stability on straightaways. If the track leans more into tight turns and quick maneuvers, I might have a slight edge. But if there are a lot of long straights, Jabugi's Vertigo could really shine. No matter what, it's going to be a close one. But I have a feeling my seat might just give me the extra edge. Let's see how this plays out. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Fort Wayne Road Circuit, and leading the pack is James Nisk in a 28 BMW Z4M Coupe GT3. He's starting on pole, so let's see if he can hold on to that top spot, or if the AI will have other plans. The race kicks off with Jabuogi leading the pack, followed closely by James Nisk in second. I am holding the third spot, so let's see if I can keep this momentum going. Soundboard Boy is making a move. Now in 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Osksarat is climbing fast, now in 23rd, after a similar surge. Vyaldke Vanone is on the prowl, moving up 2 spots to 2nd place. Budadzaro is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 30. Nuts is climbing up 1 spot to 11. Scuderia Veloce and Nuts are nose to tail for 11th place, so expect some fireworks soon. Dale Earnhardt is making a strong move up to 9th place, overtaking 4 cars in a flash. Justin Gilks is climbing steadily, passing 3 cars to settle in 16. Kaiosify is also on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to reach 20th. Willow Shrub is gaining on Edilev, closing the gap by over a second. Nuts has climbed 1 spot into the top 10. Amy and Nuts are locked in a close fight for 10th place. Wow, Jay Boogie really took the checkered flag. Guess all those laps paid off. Nice job. Wow, Jay Boogie took the checkered flag. Fantastic race to watch. Congratulations to you, Jay Boogie, for clinching the win. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim some cars, this is your moment. Maya, you just set the fastest lap, so you get claim that sleek 2003 Seat Cupper GT. Nice work. And Dale Earnhardt, you dominated the overtakes today, so you get to add the stunning 2002 Morgan Aero 8 GT to your collection. Great effort from everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Adelaide is known for its twisty technical layout with sharp corners and quick chicanes. A car that can maneuver through tight turns with precision and maintain high speed through corners will have the best chance to excel here. Top speed is less critical than the ability to stay stable and responsive during those tricky sections. So, a balanced car with sharp steering and good cornering grip is what I'd prioritize for a race at Adelaide. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before the countdown runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which AI masterpiece ends up on top. Get those selections in quick before it's too late. Alright, so we have Zero Starks in a classic Porsche 964 Turbo and Knox Exodus in a Ford Mustang CT Cobra. Both are solid choices but very different in character. The Porsche is known for its agility and precision around tight corners, perfect for Adelaide's winding layout. Meanwhile, the Mustang, especially a 93 SVT Cobra, is more about straight-line speed and raw power. If the race emphasizes handling and technical corners, I'd bet on M0 Starks pulling ahead. But if it's a long stretch or straights, Knox Exodus might give a surprise. Honestly, I think the Porsche has the edge here. but don't count out the muscle car just yet. It's going to be an interesting clash of style and engineering. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Adelaide, and leading the pack is Nonstop Stark's retro street car class, with a classic 1993 Porsche 911 964 Turbo. Guessing it's feeling pretty confident with that pole position. Let's see if it can hold on to it. Nonstop Starks has shot off the line to take the lead. Nox Exodus is right behind, trying to keep up. Amy is holding third. That looks like she's got some work to do to catch up. Lian Yashin and Betsma are nose to tail for 5th place. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 7th. Newts and our Pink Wolf are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Lian Yashin and Betsmar are locked in a tight fight for 5th place. Newts is climbing up to 10. Aerotech is also making moves. Now 12. Amy just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. Dale Earnhardt and Nox Exodus are still nose to nose for 3rd. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 5th, inching closer to the front. No surprise, Nox Exodus and Dale Earnhardt are nose to nose for 3rd place. Dale Earnhardt just edged ahead. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 6th. Looks like she's got her eyes on the prize. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Pippi Langstrup are nose to nose for 6th. Screwchamp is making a move to 12th place. Lian Yashin has climbed up to 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 6th. Pippi Langstrup and Hingle are nose to nose for the 6th spot. Lian Yashin and Dale Earnhardt are nose to nose for 3rd place. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 6th. Newts is sneaking into 10th. Lian Yashin just made a move up to 2nd place. Lian Yashin and Nonstop Starks are nose to tail for the lead. Nox Exodus is creeping closer to Dale Earnhardt with that 1 second shrink. Lian Yashin has just taken the lead, claiming the top spot. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on Nox Exodus, chipping away at the gap by 1.2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 7th place, making a move. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry is narrowing the gap on Nox Exodus by 1.5 seconds. Aerotech is catching Nuts, closing the distance by 1 second. Screwchamp is driving a 1994 Ferrari 512 TL. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack and haven't made any moves yet. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 6th place. Maya is making her way to 10th. Scrooge Champ is now 12th. Looks like everyone's on the move. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining fast on Pippi Langstrom, and is now just a blink away. Scrooge Champ is inching closer to Erotic, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Amy just overtook someone to take second place. That's Mars closing in on the top 6. Maya and Nuts are nose to tail for 9th. Looks like a fun little scrap. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone to climb into 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Dale Earnhardt still neck and neck for 5th. That's Mars closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry, fast enough to make it interesting. Congratulations to Lian Yashin on winning the race at Adelaide. Looks like all that hard work paid off. What a fantastic achievement. Wow, what a fantastic race. Big congratulations to Lian Yashin for winning and snagging the fastest lap. You truly earned that victory. And look at Pippi Langstrom with the most overtakes. That takes some serious skill and daring. You both really brought the excitement today. Lian, you can claim that sleek 1993 Vector W8, perfect for turning heads on the street. Pippi, the 1995 Ford GT90 is yours. Sounds like you'll be making some bold moves in that one. Great job to both of you. Alright folks, clock's ticking, so if you haven't picked your dream machine yet, now's the time to jump in. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car will dominate the race. Hurry up and make your selection before the countdown ends. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The 1966 Chaparral 2E is a legendary car with its innovative aerodynamics. But the 1968 Ford P68 has that raw racing pedigree. Considering the track is Brasilia Oval, the car's handling and speed will be crucial. I'd probably lean towards Nuts with the Ford P68 because it tends to be more agile on oval tracks. But hey, Velocitor 14 might surprise us with some vintage charm. I guess we'll see who gets the early lead and whether the cars live up to their reputations. Place your bets. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Brasilia Oval track. Pippi Langstrup is on pole, driving a classic 1966 McLaren Elva 4. Let's see if that vintage magic can hold the lead. Pippi Langstrup is leading the race with a solid start. Maya is right behind in second place, trying to catch up. Amy is in third, holding her position but not giving up just yet. Amy and Maya are neck and neck for second place. Dale Earnhardt is chopping down the distance to Scuderia Veloce by a full second. Dale Earnhardt and Scuderia Veloce are now battling for fifth place. Lian Yashin is climbing to sixth place. Amy has advanced to second place. Lian Yashin and Scuderia Veloce are locked in a close fight for fifth place. Oxwolfi is now in 11th place. Two on it DTV and Oxwolfi are nose to nose for 11. Calican Bunny has climbed to 15. Lian Yashin and Scuderia Veloce are neck and neck for fifth place. Velocitor 14 just gained a spot to take 7. Dale Earnhardt and Velocitor 14 are now battling hard for 7. Lian Yashin is climbing to 5th place. Scuderia Veloce and Lian are nose to nose for that same spot. Newts is sneaking into 10th place, inching closer to the top 10. Velocitor 14 and Scuderia Veloce are nose to tail for 6th place. Tyler just gained 1 spot and is now in 12th. Oxwolfi and Tyler are fighting hard for 12th. Velocitor 14 is holding off Scuderia Veloce for 6th place. Fivenzerogai and Feskis are still neck and neck for 18th. Asurioni and Fivenzerogai are fighting it out for 19th. Velocitor 14 just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Dale Earnhardt and Scuderia Veloce are nose to nose for 7th. Velocitor 14 just overtook someone to take 5th place. Newts is now in 8th after a move up. Hingle McCringleberry also gained a spot and is 9th. Things are getting interesting at the back. Lian Yashin is climbing to 5th place. Calicut Bunny is advancing to 14th. Calicut Bunny and Uggs Wolfie are locked in a close fight for 13th. Maya is closing in on the leader, looking for a way to overtake. Amy is trying to find a gap to get ahead of the rival. Calicut Bunny and Uggs Wolfie are wheel to wheel, no room for mistakes at P13. Dicey Shans is driving a 1968 Pontiac Firebird. Dawn. They're currently in the 16th place and seem to be holding a steady pace, but not quite catching up to the cars ahead. Lian Yassin is climbing up to 4th place. Filthy Old Guy is now in 14th. Beyond Woodark Souls and Dicey Canes are locked in a close fight for 16th. Wow! Pippi Langstrom just took the victory at Brasilia Oval. Looks like her playful spirit really paid off. Congrats on the win! Wow! Big congratulations to Pippi Longstocking for winning the race. That was a truly impressive performance. Now for the exciting part, the drivers who can claim a car. Pippi Longstocking also set the fastest lap, so she gets to claim the classic 1966 McLaren Elva Ford, one of those legendary prototypes from 1960. And Amy, with the most overtakes under her belt, gets to claim a 1966 McLaren Elva Chevrolet. Also a fantastic piece of racing history. Great job to both of you. Here's a fun fact for you. Baba Motorsports Park is famous for its incredible beauty and challenging layout. But what really makes it special is that it was designed to blend seamlessly with the natural landscape. It's like racing through a picture-perfect park. But don't let that fool you. Those turns are serious. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off here at Barber Motorsports Park. Dale Earnhardt is starting on pole in a 2021 Ford Mustang. So let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the other cars will catch up. Stay tuned. Dale Earnhardt is leading the pack right now. Pippi Langstrumpf is holding second place. And X Calinoni is in third. Looks like a classic lineup so far. X Calinoni is climbing up to second place. Pippi Langstrumpf and X Calinoni are nose-to-nose for second. Scuderia Veloce is advancing to sixth. Pippi Langstrumpf just overtook someone to take second place. Nuts is now in seventh after climbing one spot. Maya is also up 1 to 8. Looks like everyone's playing the upward game today. The tight corners and technical sections seem to favor the Mustangs and Camaros, keeping the top spots pretty stable. The tight corners and elevation changes at Barber are making overtakes tricky, so expect some strategic moves rather than pure speed. The Dreamkeeper just sneaked into third place. Maya and Nuts are nose-to-nose for sixth. Mulavi is climbing now in 13. Calinoni is climbing up to third place. Maya and Nuts are nose to tail, fighting for sixth. Maya has just overtaken a car to move into sixth place. Scuderia Veloce is now in seventh after a smooth move. Nuts and Scuderia Veloce are neck and neck for seventh. The race is heating up at the back. Bees McGee is driving a 2007 BMW 320i. They're currently in the 20th place, so it looks like the race isn't exactly their strong suit today. Scuderia Veloce is in 7th place with a Ford Mustang. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. Their race seems pretty stable so far. Dale is comfortably leading and holding the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Mulavi's right behind a factor now, just a second and a bit separating them. They're fighting for the 12th spot. Whip 3 out 25 and La Croissant 1980 are nose to tail for the 16th position. Mulavi just gained one spot and is now in 12th place. La Croissant 1980 and Wolf of Eco are nose to tail for 15. Looks like a little push might be needed to break free. The Trandon cars are clearly dominating with the top spots, especially the Mustangs and Camaros. The WTC cars are lagging behind, probably due to less power or handling on this track. The track favors the American muscle car's straight-line speed and handling. Wow. Dale Earnhardt took the checkered flag again. Guess he still got that winning touch. Wow, Dale Earnhardt really took the checkered flag with style. Congratulations on the win. You drove like a legend. Now, as for the prizes, Dale Earnhardt, you've snagged the fastest lap and can claim a 2021 Ford Mustang from Trans Am. Amy, you played the game well and won the bet race, earning a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro from Trans Am. And I, Maya, because I kept overtaking everyone like there's no tomorrow, get to claim a 2021 Ford Mustang from Trans Am too. Looks like the race was full of surprises, and some pretty sweet cars at the end. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make a decision before the countdown runs out. Don't let your favorite slip away into the digital abyss. Oh wow, what a classic showdown. The Tyrrell 002 from 1971, worn and seasoned, or the Brabham BT34, also from 1971 but known for its unique design quirks. Honestly, it's a toss-up. The Tyrrell has that nostalgic charm, but might be a little less agile than the Brabham. Shoebox AV's car could have the edge in handling, but the Betty White Show's driver might just surprise us with some vintage racing flair. My gut says the Brabham might squeak out ahead for the win, but don't be surprised if the Tyrrell pulls a surprise. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, we're kicking things off at Charlotte Road Course in F1971, and Dr. Monkey 13 is starting on pole with that classic Brabham BT4 Let's see if the old school charm can hold off the competition. Dr. Monkey 13 has taken an early lead, with Len Yashin right behind in second place. Unstabil is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Amy is on a roll, climbing up to 8th place. Scuderia Veloce is making a strong push, now in 13th. Shoebox TV is having a rough patch, dropping down to 14th. Unstabil is driving a Brabham B T34, starting in 3rd and currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding steady, no major drama so far. The Betty White Show and Nuts are nose to tail for 4th place. NNR Savage has gained 1 position and is now in 9th. Amy and Senor Savage are fighting hard for 8th. Hippie Langstrom is on a roll, climbing from way back to 7th place. Dale Earnhardt is making a solid push into the top 10. Gemaster T. Gemmer 9000 is also gaining ground, now 12. Looks like a busy race up front. Congratulations to Leon Yashin on winning the race at Charlotte Road Course. Looks like all that hard work paid off. Well done. Wow, what a fantastic race! Big congratulations to Lian Yashin for winning and snagging the fastest lap. That's quite the achievement. And now they get to claim the legendary 1970 Lotus 72D, a classic that's sure to turn heads. Great job, Lian. Sure. The 2014 Ferrari F60 America was built to celebrate Ferrari's 60th anniversary in America. And only 10 units were ever made. So, if you ever spot one, you're basically looking at a rare piece of automotive art that's practically a collector's dream. Alright folks, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment. Don't make me choose for you because I might just pick the slowest one on the track. Hurry up! Hey Amin-san, welcome back to the chaos. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed A action. Get ready for some virtual cars tearing up the track. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Charade. Pippi Langstrup is starting on pole in a 2010 Spania GT, Spain OJ. Looks like she's aiming to make an early statement. Let's see if she can hold that lead or if the supercars will surprise us. Right at the start, Pippi Langstrup is leading the pack. Maya is holding second place, trying to keep up. Scuderia Veloce is in third, already eyeing some overtakes. Agritz 34 is climbing up to third place now. Scuderia Veloce and Agritz 34 nose-to-tail fighting for that spot. Naturally Unlucky and Lian Yashin are locked in a close scrap for 8th. Ingwame Kringleberry is climbing up one spot to 12th place. Newts and Trash Crashton are nose to nose for 15th place. Wannabe is now in 4th place. The battle between Scuderia Veloce and Wannabe is getting intense for that spot. Naturally Unlucky has climbed to 8th place. Grades 34 just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Wannabe is also climbing up to 3rd. Maya and Wannabe are nose to tail for that 3rd spot. Forty Afro is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Agrids 34 is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 to take the lead. Wannabe is also climbing, edging up 1 spot to 2nd. Abeta is advancing to 11th place. Amin-san is climbing to 16th place. Gary 17 is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Amin-san is catching up fast, now in 13th. Wannabe is holding the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st. Abeta is climbing up to 10th place. Trash Crashton is now in 16th, both making some moves today. Pippi Langstrom and Scuderia Veloce are nose to nose for 3rd place. Gary 710 is chipping away at Naturally Unlucky's lead, now just 1.6 seconds apart. Forty Afro has gained a spot and is now in 8th. Wow. Wanabakito just took the top spot. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Guess they're officially the fastest in the game now. Wow! Wanabakito took the win. Congratulations, you just proved you're the fastest in this virtual race. Well done. As for the drivers eligible to claim a car, Amundsen, you did a fantastic job with the most overtakes. That's impressive hustle. You can now claim the 2021 Mercedes-AMG 1. Enjoy your new ride. Hope it handles as well as your racing skills. Sure thing. Did you know the Sports Car Club of America, or SCCA, has a class for just about every type of racing you can imagine? It's like a giant playground for car enthusiasts. One fun fact is that in their showroom stock class, cars are kept almost stock, which means you could actually buy the same car and race it right off the dealership lot. It's basically racing with a shopping list. Ooh, this is an interesting matchup. Kalmetwi's got that classic 1968 Holden Monaro, which is known for its strong muscle car roots and raw power. On the other hand, Lear Vuzel's racing in a 1972 Chrysler Valiant Charger, which is a little more lightweight and nimble, perfect for quick turns and quick bursts of speed. Given Mosport's mix of fast straights and tight corners, I'd say the Monaro might have the edge on the open stretches with its horsepower. But watch out, because the Valiant Charger could really shine in the twisty sections if it handles those corners better. Honestly, it's a close call, but I think the Monaro's muscle might just give it the advantage overall. Still, don't count out the Charger. Sometimes it's the underdog that surprises us all. Alright everyone, we're kicking things off at Mosport with the Benzuro guy on pole in a classic 1965 Ford Mustang. Looks like we're about to see some vintage muscle on a modern track. Bike Snow Guy is leading the pack, followed closely by Celestial Nari. Lian Yashin is in third place, trying to keep up. Velocitor 14 just overtook someone to take third place. Zotsfired is also climbing up to fifth. Scuderia, Veloci, and Zotsfied are nose to tail for fifth. Scuderia Veloce just overtook Zotsfired to take the 5th place. Zotsfired is not giving up easily though. They're still close behind. Amundsen and Dale Earnhardt are neck and neck for the 9th spot. Looks like a drag race. Zotsfired and Scuderia Veloce are nose to tail for 5th place. Amundsen just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th. Dale Earnhardt and Amundsen are also fighting for 9th, so expect some wheel-to-wheel action soon. Famaka just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Amy and Famaka are nose-to-nose for 7th position. Skeggs' Beau Pre and Dr. Monkey, 13, are battling hard for 11th. Velocitor 14 just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Scuderia Veloce is climbing up to 4. Zotsfired is also making moves, now in 5th. Things are getting interesting up front. Famaka is climbing up to 6th place. Skeggs' Beau Pre is also moving up to 10th. Dale Earnhardt and Skeggs' Beau Pre are nose to tail for 10th. Buffingen 18 is climbing up 1 spot to 13th place. Leech Maps and Buffingen 19 are nose to nose for 13th place. EK 77 and Nuts are locked in a close fight for 15th place. Dr. Monkey, 13, is dropping back to 18th place. Famaka is gaining on Zotsfired, closing the gap by a 2nd. Amy is climbing up to 8th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is dropping back 9 places to 27. Velocitor 14 and 5 in Zero Guy are nose to nose for the lead. Celestia Linari and Velocitor 14 are locked in a close fight for 2nd. Velocitor 14 is now in 1st place. Scuderia Veloce has climbed to 3rd. Skeggs' Beau Pre has advanced 2 spots to 7th. Zotsfired just snuck into 4th place. Celestia Linari and Zotsfired are still nose to nose for that spot. Amundsen is climbing up to 8th, making moves. Leech Mepsi is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 10th place. Famaka is climbing 1 spot to 5th place. Skeggs' Beau Pre is also gaining 1 spot, now in 6th place. Chubby Boy RJ is climbing to 15th place. Hippie Langstrom is also moving up to 17th place. Hippie Langstrom and EK 77 are nose to nose for 16th place. Scuderia Veloce and Fevencerogai are nose to tail fighting for 2nd place. Hippie Langstrom just sneaked into the top 16. Galmetwi is inching closer to the top 21. Notes is making a move, now in 8th place after overtaking 4 cars. Scuderia Veloce has climbed to 2nd place, gaining 1 spot. Skeggs' Beau Pre is closing in on Famaka. cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Wow! Velocitor 14! You really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win, champion! Oh wow! Velocitor 14 took the checkered flag. Huge congratulations to them. They definitely earned that win today. And a special shout out to Pippi Langstrom for your aggressive driving and nailing the most overtakes. You've earned yourself a classic 1966 Shelby GT 350. Great job! Sure! Did you know that Indy Lights cars are like the training wheels for the IndyCar series? They're designed to give young drivers the experience they need to handle the big leagues. It's like a high-speed video game but in real life. And the best part is that these little rockets can reach speeds of over 180 miles per hour. So basically it's a perfect mix of adrenaline and training wheels. Well, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery, it's a real shot in the dark. But if I had to choose, I'd say the one who's been practicing secretly in their garage all night might have a slight edge. Or maybe they're both just here for the fun of it. Either way, I'm excited to see how it all unfolds at Circuit Assen North. Let's keep an eye on the action and see who surprises us. Alright everyone, Naya's leading the pack on pole position in that sleek 2014 Dallara Isle 15. She's got the top spot at Circuit Assen North, So let's see if she can keep that lead. Try Let's Go just won the race. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the victory. Wow! Try Let's Go really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on taking the top spot. That was some pretty awesome racing. Looks like all that practice paid off. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez has some tight turns and elevation changes that require a car to be agile and responsive. Top speed is still important, but being able to navigate the twists smoothly will make a huge difference. A car that can stay glued to the road and maintain good grip will have the advantage here. So, a well-balanced setup with sharp steering and good suspension response would be my top priority. Alright everyone, last call. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez, and Nuts is on pole position. He's steering a 2007 Lamborghini Reventon, so get ready for some high-speed action from the 2000 supercars. This should be fun to watch. Newts is leading the race right now, followed by the Hyper 7 in second and Frankenballs in third. Looks like Nuts is trying to hold on to that front spot early on. Amundsen is on the move, climbing 4 spots to 7th place. Hinga McCringleberry is making a charge, overtaking 3 cars to reach 12th. Imbus Platinum is also gaining ground, passing 4 cars to settle in 17th. Hinga McCringleberry is making a strong move up to 9th place. Lord Zekrisby is also climbing fast to 11. Lian Yeshin is having a tough time and has dropped back to 13. Lian Yeshin and its Soror are locked in a tight fight for 12th place. Imbust Platinum is sneaking up 1 spot to 15. Amy is also climbing 1 spot to 16. Looks like Imbust Platinum and Amy are about to clash for that 15 position. Pippi Langstrup is really closing in on RAF 92 now. Gap shrinking fast. Filthy old guy just climbed 1 spot to 16. Amundsen just overtook someone to take 5th place. Imus Gordon and Amundsen are nose to nose for that spot. Timburgini Tuba has moved up to 7th and is now in a close fight with Imus Gordon for 6th. Amundsen is climbing up to 4th place. Timburgini Tuba is now in 6th. Hingle McCringleberry is making his way to 8th. Timburgini Tuba just sneaked into 5th place. Frankenbalz and Timburgini Tube are nose to nose for that spot. Hingle McCringleberry and Imus Gordon are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Amundsen is gaining on Badazarer, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Defitz is inching closer to Lord Crispy, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Rosauer in the distance to Scuderia Veloce, reducing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry and Imus Gordon are nose to nose for 7th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Lian Yashin and D-Fizzards are also locked in a close fight for 11th. This race is heating up. Amundsen is really pushing, closing the gap on Badazarer by over a second. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 7th place. And Maya is gaining on Lian Yashin, inching closer by a second. Hingle McCringleberry and Frankenbalz are nose to tail for 6th place. Lord Secretsby just nudged up to 9th. Lord Secretsby and Imus Gordon are locked in a close fight for 8th. Amundsen is inching closer to Badazarer, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up 1 spot to take 6th. Imus Gordon is closing in on Frankenbalz, shrinking the gap by 2.8 seconds. Looks like a tight battle for 7th between Imus Gordon and Frankenbalz. Lord Secretsby advances to 8th place. Defetz climbs to 11. Renti Tapsumbanks X moves up to 18. Wow, just what we needed. Nuts. Taking the victory. Clearly, they were the fastest out there. Congratulations on the win. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Watkins Glen Boot Classic has a lot of twisting curves and sharp turns that demand nimble and responsive cars. Speed is great, but if a car can't stick to the road through those tight corners, all that power goes to waste. So, a car with excellent grip and agility would really shine here. Reliability and brake performance are also key, since you'll be braking hard into those turns and then accelerating out. Overall, a balanced setup that emphasizes stability and maneuverability would be my top choice for this track. Hurry up everyone! The clock is ticking, and soon we'll be stuck with whatever car you pick. Make your choice now before it's too late. Oh, this is a spicy matchup. Jerk plays with the 1994 Toyota Celica GT4. That's a pretty solid choice with a good balance of power and handling, especially for Watkins Glen Boot Classic. On the other hand, Captain Canadius 1989 Alfa Romeo Set is a wild card. It's quirky, lightweight, and probably a lot of fun to drive, but it might struggle with consistency against the more proven Toyota. Considering the tracks and the cars, I'd give a slight edge to Jerkplace. The Celica GT4 has a reputation for its rally routes, so it's likely to handle corners well and deliver some serious speed. The Alfa might have style, but it could be a bit unpredictable on this course. Who do you think will come out on top? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Watkins Glen Boot Classic, and leading the pack is Buckybird in that classic 1997 Audi S4. It's not the fastest here, but hey, he's got the pole position. Let's see if he can hold it. Buckybird has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Big Aldnerd is right behind in second place, and Simple Markers is in third, trying to keep up. The pack is still close, so expect some action soon. Big Aldnerd just overtook someone to take the lead. Buckybird and Big Aldnerd are nose to nose for first place. Amy is climbing up to third, inching closer to the front. Dale Earnhardt is slicing through the field, now in 22nd place after overtaking 4 cars. Lian Yeshin has gained 1 slot, now sitting in 5th. Hemet Media also moved up 1 position, claiming 7th. Nuts is closing in on Idealev, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Zugsterkat is climbing one spot to reach 17th place. Our Sharona 92 is also moving up one spot to take 19. Maya is closing in on the pack. Amy and Buckybird are nose to tail for second place. Abomzi just climbed one spot to 10th and is now in a fierce duel with Anaxagarax for that position. Idealev is on the move, climbing to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Archerona 92 is gaining ground, also moving up 3 spots to 16. Scuderia Veloz is making a charge, overtaking 4 cars to reach 22. Ide is closing in on Nox Exodus, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Nadisberry is climbing one spot to 14. Nuts is also moving up one spot to 16. Maya is now 7. Abomzi is creeping closer to Hermit Media, gap shrinking by almost a second and a half. Nox Exodus is hot on Abomzi's tail, closing in by the same margin. Looks like P9 is turning into a mini showdown. Abomzi is closing in on Hermit Media, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Idealev has moved up one spot to take the 10th position. Nadisberry has also moved up one spot to claim the 13th place. Nadisberry and Weifuan are locked in a tight battle for 12th. Dale Earnhardt is making a quick climb up to 16th place. Lian Yashin has gained 2 spots and is now in 3rd. Buckybird and Lian are nose to tail for 3rd place. Looks like a battle for the podium. Zademuji James is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 26th place. Simple Markers is inching up to 4th. And Maya is making a move to 6th place. Things are heating up. Dale Earnhardt just overtook someone to climb to 14. Scuderia Veloz is now in 17th. Jerk Plays and Scuderia Veloz are nose to tail for 17. Looks like a real drag race. Simple Marcus just overtook Lian Yashin and is now in 3rd place. Lian Yashin is not giving up easily though. I am moving up one spot to 5th place, closing in on the pack. Maya is closing in on Lian Yashin, cutting the gap by 3/30 seconds. Idealev has moved up one spot to take 9th place. Hermit Media and Idealev are locked in a close fight for 9th. Menisberry's really closing in on Nuts, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up one spot to 19. Zadimo Yajamis is also moving up one spot to 22. Wow, big gold nerd. You must be thrilled to win. Guess all those laps paid off. Nice job. Wow, Big Gold Nerd took the victory. Congrats on that win, you've definitely earned it. As for the drivers who can claim a car, congratulations to Scuderia Veloce. You did the most overtakes today, so you get to take home a 1988 Holden Commodore SS Group A. Pretty sweet ride for all those daring moves. Great race, everyone! Sure. Non. Did you know that the Misano World Circuit, also known as the Marco Simoncelli Circuit, is named after the legendary MotoGP rider, who sadly passed away in 2011? It's kind of a tribute to his incredible spirit and speed. The track itself is famous for its challenging turns, and the way it really tests the skills of any driver or rider. Plus, its seaside location means you sometimes get a lovely breeze. Unless it's during a rainstorm, then it's a wild ride. Oh, this is a classic matchup. Both cars are from the same year, but with different brands, which can make all the difference on the track. The Chevrolet Indy car is known for its power and durability, but the Honda version often has a bit more agility and finesse. It really depends if Reinecke is going to capitalize on raw speed, or if Chizen Deschauer will outmaneuver with better handling. I'm inclined to lean toward the Honda for its reputation in that era of IndyCar. But anything can happen in racing. Who do you think has the edge here? Alright folks, Nuts is taking the pole in that shiny 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. The race is on at Misano World Circuit, and we're about to see some high-speed chaos. Buckle up! Newts is leading the pack right now. followed closely by Favenzero Guy in second place, and Captain Canadian holding on to third. Looks like a tight start, but anything can change in a blink. Maya is on the move, climbing to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Chiesendashauer is also making progress, moving up 3 spots to 24th. Pippi Langstrom just gained 1 position to sit in 5th. Official Class Alive and Equinox 2 are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Frankenbeitz just gained a spot and is now 12th. And Maya and Frankenballs are locked in a fierce duel for 12th. Taylor's Australia and Zenyahima are nose-to-nose for 17th place. Chiesendashauer and Wolf of Eco are locked in a fierce duel for 23rd. Ryaneki is climbing up 2 spots to 25th. And Sierra Guy is driving the Chevrolet IndyCar, starting in second. Looks like they're holding steady in second place, no overtakes yet. Race seems pretty calm for now. Schron is in a Honda IndyCar, currently in the 26th position. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Wolf of Eco is climbing to 22nd place. Chiesendashauer is also moving up to 23rd. Baskitten P and Chiesendashauer are nose-to-nose for 23rd. Baskitten P is climbing up 1 spot to 23rd place. Chiesendashauer and Baskitten TV are nose-to-tail, fighting for 23rd. And Serogai is holding on to the lead, but Nuts is right on his tail. Chiesendashauer and Baskitten TV are swapping positions frequently for 23rd. Ryaneki and Chiesendashauer are also fighting for 24th. This race is getting spicy. Scuderia Veloce's car is a Chevrolet IndyCar, and they are currently in the last place. Looks like they are struggling to keep up with the pack. Lian Yeshin is in a Honda IndyCar and currently in the 10th place. Her fastest lap is 1:26.565, so she's holding a decent pace but not quite catching the leaders. Looks like she's staying steady in the midfield. Vencero Guy and Nuts are nose to tail for the lead. Frankenbouts and Exclusive Gods are locked in a fierce scrap for 11th place. Zenyahima is in the 15th position, driving a Honda IndyCar. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. The Honda cars seem to be slightly faster overall, especially in the middle of the pack, but the Chevrolet drivers are holding strong at the front. The Misano track's tight corners likely favor the Honda's agility, giving them an edge in overtakes. The track's tight corners are favoring those with precise control like Nuts and 5 and 0 Guy. fast laps suggest some are pushing hard on the straights. But overall, it's about finesse here. Equinoxto is driving a Honda IndyCar, currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is 1:26.881, so they're holding a decent pace but not quite challenging the top. Looks like they're staying steady but not making any big moves yet. Pippi is holding on to the fastest lap, but with only 1 lap to go, he's got to keep pushing if he wants to turn that into a win. Wow, nuts. Really outpaced everyone. Guess they're the new Speed King. Well done. Wow, Nuts really pulled off a surprise win? Congratulations on crossing the finish line first. That was quite the impressive display of AI racing skills. And a shout out to Pippi Langstrom for snagging the fastest lap. You just earned yourself a shiny 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Nice work. Keep those engines roaring. Sure. Did you know that the 2000s street cars racing class was often called the Tuners era? It was all about making small, everyday cars go super fast with tricks like turbocharging and shaving weight. Basically, it was like turning a grocery getter into a speed demon, which gave rise to some pretty wild modifications, and maybe a little bit of garage genius. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks before it's too late. Don't want to miss out on the chance to see which AI car will take the crown. Hurry up and get those selections in. Alright, so we've got a classic Mercedes-Benz CLK55, a Mini, and a Ford Mustang Vito Bra. The Mercedes is probably more balanced, and likely to handle corners better, especially around Okayo's twists and turns. The Mustang, while a beast in raw power, might struggle a little on the more technical sections. If I had to make a guess, I'd say the Mercedes might just edge out the Mustang thanks to its more refined handling. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen, and the Mustang's raw speed might surprise us if it finds the right line. Let's see how it plays out. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Okayama Piper Track. Dale Earnhardt is starting on pole, but the car he's in is a 2002 Ferrari Enzo. Looks like a pretty interesting mix of old school racing legend and some serious Italian flair. Let's see how this plays out. Dale Earnhardt has shot off the line to take the lead. Lian Yashin is right behind in second place. Notes is holding on to third, but expect some action soon. Hingle McCringleberry is now in third place, climbing one spot. HP Lootcraft has moved up 2 spots to take fourth. Looks like those two are neck and neck for third place, trading positions like it's a game of musical chairs. Agrids 34 just overtook Donderzon 3 and is now in 10th place. Donderzon 3 and Agrids 34 are still neck and neck for 10th. Schmerzen Live and Donderzon 3 are fighting hard for 11th. Amy just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Newts and Amy still neck and neck for 5th. Oscar Tsirod is climbing 2 spots to 11. Kilo Duhiet Delta is climbing up to 14th place. Maya is also moving up to 15th place. Looks like Maya and Wauk CB are neck and neck for that 15th spot. Lootcraft just overtook Amy for 4th place. Agrids 34 is closing in on Neotexum. The gap shrinking fast. The race is heating up behind the leaders. HP Lootcraft is now in 4th place. Nuads is getting closer to Amy, cutting the gap by over a second. Maya is climbing up to 14th. K-Bumper is climbing up to 6th place. Nerds and K-Bumper are still battling for that spot. Chero Mitsuroses is closing in fast, shrinking the gap by a second and a half. Nerds just overtook K-Bumper for 6th place. Oscar Tsarot is now in 10th after climbing 1 spot. The battle for 6th is heating up. Amy is narrowing the gap to HP Lootcraft by a full second. K-Bumper has climbed 1 spot into 6th place. Agrids 34 and Oscar Izarad are nose to nose for 10th place. HP Lootcraft is closing in fast on Hingle McCringleberry and has cut the gap by 5.5 seconds. Hippie Langstrump is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 17th place. Notes has gained 1 position and is now in 6th. Maya is holding steady in the top 5. Newts is gaining on Amy, not letting her breathe. Ashen Ayrton just made a move, climbing into 15. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Amy just shifted into 4th place. A is 34 and Osgazerod are nose to nose for 10. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on Dongers on 3, closing the gap by a second and a half. Pippi Langstrumpf and Dongers on 3 are battling for 16th place. Ashienriton is really eyeing Maya, now closing the gap by over a second. They're nose to tail for 14th place. Meanwhile, Pippi Langstrumpf just sneaked up one spot to 16th. Ashienriton is now in 14th place, climbing one spot. Lux Ravenous has moved into 20th position, also up one spot. Lebis 3 is now 25th, gaining one spot. Neotexum is climbing up to 8th place. Oskzerot is now in 9th. Ashienriton has moved into 13th. Looks like some steady progress. Congratulations to Dale Earnhardt on winning the race. Looks like he's still got the magic touch. Wow! Dale Earnhardt really pulled it off and took the checkered flag. Congratulations! That's some impressive driving, even if it's AI. And look at that! Dale Earnhardt also snagged the fastest lap. So they're claiming a shiny new 2002 Ferrari Enzo. Nice choice. Very sleek and speedy. Pippi Langstrumpf also deserves a shout out for leading the overtakes. She's claiming a 24 Chrysler ME412. That's a pretty wild ride for sure. This race has been quite the showdown. Who's next to claim a car? Stick around. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so make your choice before they hit the starting line. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your top ride. Oh, this is a fun matchup. The Ford Focus RS from 2012 is a pretty capable car, especially for its age, but the Audi RS3 TC R from 2017 is a more recent design with some serious racing pedigree. I'd say the Audi has a slight edge here because of its newer tech, better aerodynamics, and overall racing setup. Of course, it's AI racing, so anything can happen. But if I had to put my chips on one, I'd go with Dale Earnhardt's Audi. It just feels like the one most likely to come out swinging at Kyalami. But hey, in AI world, expect the unexpected. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Kyalami and leading the pack is the TCR class, with Scuderia Velocis 2016. Lada Vesta on pole. Who knew the classic underdog could actually be in the front for once? The race kicks off with Scuderia Veloce leading the pack, followed closely by Hingle McCringleberry in second place, and U20 plays, holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Hingle McCringleberry is now in first place. Dale Earnhardt has moved up to 7th. Dr. Keepsapaway has climbed to 11th. Mafia Mavi is driving a 2008 Volvo C30. Looks like they're holding steady in the back, probably enjoying the scenery more than the race. Maya is closing in on the top 5, trying to make a move. Grandilev just gained a spot, now in 15th. Yaichi Swishman 33. And Grandilev are nose to nose for 15th place. Looks like a good scrap. Newts is in 8th and Dale Earnhardt is in 6th. So Nuts has a slight edge, but Dale's closer to making a move. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 6th place. Yaichi Swishman 33 and Grandilev are nose to nose for 15th. Pro 3 is advancing to 18th. Justin Gilks is right behind Lakaiju now, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Chubby Boy RJ is gaining on Mafia Mavi, the distance shrinking quickly. The battle for 12th place is heating up with Justin Gilks and Lakaiju. Shotskis is climbing to 13th place. Chubby Boy RJ is gaining on Mafia Mavi, closing the gap by just over a second. Lian Yashishin is in a Mercedes-Benz F45 AMG, starting in 10th place. She's holding her position well so far, staying steady in the top 10. Dale Earnhardt is driving a 2017 Audi RS3 TCR and is currently in 7th place. Looks like he's making steady progress but still has some cars to overtake. The track seems to favor the front runners with consistent lap times, while the midfielders are battling for position, probably due to tight corners and limited overtaking spots. Kalmetwi is driving a 28 Lada 110 SR. They are currently in the 20th place, so it looks like a tough race for them so far. Maya is in 5th place with her Subaru Impreza Yara X. She's holding steady but not gaining much ground. Looks like she's just cruising for now. Yuchi Sven 53 is driving a 2008 Lada Priora.A. They are currently in 17th place and seem to be holding steady without any major moves so far. Dale Earnhardt and I are nose to tail for 5th place. Chubby Boy RJ just gained 1 spot and is now in 21st. Scuderia Veloce is holding the lead and just set the fastest lap. So he's looking pretty comfortable for now. Dr. Keep Sapelway is driving a 2006 BMW 320. They're currently in 12th place, just ahead of the pack, but their fastest lap is a bit behind the leaders at 2:09:30. Looks like they're hanging in there but not setting the pace. The TCR cars are dominating with consistent lap times and close competition at Kilomite. The WTC cars are struggling to keep up, likely due to less agility and power on this track. Le Kaiju is driving a 27 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. They're currently in the 12th place, slightly behind the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much ground. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry took the checkered flag. Clearly, they were in a league of their own. Well done. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry pulls off the win. Congratulations on that victory. Well done. And look at that. Scuderia Veloce managed to set the fastest lap. They can now claim a shiny 2016 Lada Vesta, perfect for those quick spins around the track. Dale Earnhardt also had a great day, winning the bet race. He gets to take home a sleek 2017 Audi RS 3TC. A nice haul for both of you. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The countdown is almost up, and we wouldn't want your chosen vehicle to be a mystery on the starting grid. Hurry up before it's too late. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Nemozitas track, and leading the pack is Ebony Shadow in a classic 1984 Fiat Ritmo 130 Abarth, front and center. In Group N, let's see if that tiny car can hold on to its lead, or if the competition catches up. Right at the start, Scuderia Veloz has shot into the lead. Ebony Shadow is holding strong in second, and Bjorn Art is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Gina and Prime is climbing up to 18th place. Aetherplasm and Nuts are locked in a close fight for 20th. Gian Prime is driving a 1984 Fiat Ritmo 130 Abarth. They're currently in 18th place, so not quite making waves yet, but still in the game. Mr. Wolf J is climbing to 7th place. Notes is now in 19th. Aetherplasm has moved up to 20th. Skeksis Beaupré is racing a 1992 Citroën AX GTI. Their race looks pretty quiet so far, with no lap times recorded and stuck in 11th place. Ebony Shadow just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. Mr. Wolf J is also climbing up to 6th. Dale Earnhardt and Vagrant Enchanter are nose-to-nose for 10th. Mirmuida and Dale Earnhardt are locked in a tight fight for 11th place. Skeksis Beaupré is gaining fast, closing the gap by a full second. Mirmuida and Dale Earnhardt are nose to tail for 11th place. Avits 34 and Skeksis Beaupré are locked in a close fight for 13th. Congratulations to Scuderia Veloce on their victory. Looks like they really sped their way to the top. Well done. Sure thing. Here's a fun fact for you. The 1995 Indy cars were known for their incredible speed and innovation. But one interesting tidbit is that they were among the last to feature a chassis design that resembled more traditional race cars. After that, the industry started shifting towards more streamlined and aerodynamic shapes. Basically, 1995 was like the end of an era where race cars still looked a bit like old-school race cars, with a dash of modern technology. It's almost like the cars were saying, we're still pretty much the classic race car, right before jumping into the future. Oh, this is a classic battle of vintage cars and I love it. The Penske PC23 is known for its agility and sharp handling, so Lynn Lilac might have an edge in technical sections. On the other hand, the Reynard 95i has a reputation for stability and solid performance in the corners. I'll probably lean towards Lynn Lilac just because the PC23 has that extra flair. But honestly, anything could happen on Gentrack 1. Let's see who masters the quirks of these vintage beasts first. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Gentrack 1, and Liane Yashin is leading the pack in her 1995 Reynard 95i. She's starting from pole position, so let's see if she can hold on to that top spot, or if the others have tricks up their sleeves. Liane Yashin has taken an early lead, followed closely by Fatsalti Zarena in second place. Timborghini Tuba is currently holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle right from the start. Sanmun and Maya are nose-to-tail fighting for fourth place. Wanabakido just gained one spot and is now in seventh. Crazy Sweetbutt and Wanabakido are also dueling for seventh. So it's getting spicy in that midfield. Nuts is now in fifth place. Crazy Sweet Butt has climbed to 7th. Gabby the Minimac is in 9th. Looks like everyone's making moves. Bobardo is driving a Reynard 95Y, which is known for its agility. They are currently in the middle of the pack, trying to make moves but haven't quite broken through yet. Wannabe and Crazy Sweet Butt are nose to tail for 7th place. Lin Lilac and Double are locked in a close fight for 10th. Dr. Keep Sap away, and Lin Lilac are battling it out for 11th. Timborghini Tuba is running in 3rd place with a Reynard 95 wine. Looks like they're holding steady, probably just waiting for a chance to pounce. Lian Yashin is leading the race in a 1995 Reynard 95, Reynard 95. She's been quick off the line and maintaining her pace, but no one's really challenging her yet. Looks like she's got a comfortable gap. Igenarite is currently in the 14th position, driving a Reynard 9501. Their race seems steady but not spectacular, sitting behind a few cars and trying to catch up. Dale Earnhardt is making a charge, climbing 8 places to 9th. Hikori Hamzam is also on the move, jumping 4 spots to 13th. Pippi Langstrom is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 13. Dale Earnhardt is having a rough patch, dropping 7 places to 16. Gabby the Minimac just nudged up 1 spot to 9. Crazy Sweet Butt is driving a Reynard 95. They're currently in 7th place, just a bit behind the leaders. Their fastest lap is 1:17.42.3. So they're holding a decent pace, but not quite catching the top. Igenarite is driving a Reynard 95i, and is currently in 14th place. They've been consistently improving their lap times, but still lagging behind the top contenders. Looks like they're trying to find some pace. Hikoran Sam is driving a Penske PC23, and is currently in the 18th place. Their lap time is a bit slower at 1:17.6, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Captain Trippy is driving a Lola T9500, which is known for its balanced handling. They're currently in the 21st place, just behind Wangatan 7272. Looks like they're trying to find a way past but haven't made a move yet. The track seems to favor the Reynard drivers with faster lap times, but the Lola drivers are hanging in there. It's all about precision and avoiding mistakes on this one. Congratulations, Lian. Looks like you really took the lead and left everyone in the dust. Well done on the win! Wow, Lian Yashin really took the checkered flag today? Congratulations on an impressive win. Looks like all that training paid off. Or maybe the AI just decided to let you win this time. Either way, great job. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would go with the 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. It has that extra edge in power and aerodynamics, which could really make a difference on a tricky circuit like Chang. Plus, Chevrolet's engineering often gives it a slight advantage in raw speed. But honestly, with racing anything can happen, and the Honda might surprise us all with some clever handling. Alright folks, this is shaping up to be an interesting matchup. The Chevrolet IndyCar versus the Honda IndyCar from 2018. Both are solid choices, but the Chevrolet might have a slight edge due to its power and torque. Still, Pippi Langström's Honda could surprise us with its handling and agility. If I had to place a bet, I'd say the Scuderia Veloce with the Chevrolet might just edge out ahead, especially on a track like Chang where raw power can really shine. But hey, in the world of AI racing, expect the unexpected. Let's see how it unfolds. Alright folks, Nuts is taking the pole position in that 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar at Chang Track. Looks like he's got the best spot to start, so let's see if he can hold on to it or if the competition has other plans. Nuts has taken an early lead, showing some serious confidence. Ihave Xema is right behind, not letting go just yet. Vodka Morning is in third, trying to keep up but already a bit behind the front runners. Ishte Husky is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 19. Maya is making moves too, overtaking 3 cars to reach 24. Vodka Morning just nudged into second place, gaining 1 spot. Girl of Diamond is climbing fast into third place. Ihave Xema is not giving up easily. Dale Earnhardt and Thatsalty Serena are nose-to-nose for fifth. EU 20 place is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 23rd place. Lian Yeshin is inching up 1 spot to 6th. Figueroa Sport is also gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 10th. King Chu 22 and Dale Earnhardt are nose to tail for 7th place. Yaboy Rovanda just gained a spot to 10th and is now neck and neck with Figueroa Sport for that position. Rosauers is really having a rough time dropping back to 20. Ihave Xema and Girl of Diamond are neck and neck for 3rd place. Rowdy Zarolf is climbing steadily, now in 13th after gaining 2 spots. Nuts. Really outpaced everyone. Guess they're the new Speed King. Wow, Nuts really pulled off the victory. Congrats on the win, you earned it. And hey Maya, you snatched the fastest lap, so that shiny 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar is yours. Nice job! Plus, Scuderia Veloci, you also won the bet race, so that same IndyCar is heading your way. Looks like a pretty good day for the racing winners. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Long Beach is a tight, twisty street circuit that demands precision driving. Speed is important, but being able to navigate those sharp corners smoothly will make all the difference. Acceleration out of the corners matters too, since the track has some short straights that let you gain a little ground before the next turn. Overall, a car that balances quick response with good cornering stability would be ideal here. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to get those choices in before it's too late. Don't let your favorite slip away into the digital abyss. Hurry up and make your pick. The race is about to begin. Wow! What a showdown. Calico Bunny in the vintage Lancia 037 versus Lian Yashin in the classic Delta S4. Both are iconic rally legends with their own unique charm. The 37 is known for its sleek design and rear-wheel drive, making it a bit more agile but maybe a little trickier on this track. The Delta S4, on the other hand, is a beast with its turbo-charged all-wheel drive setup, perfect for those tight corners and quick accelerations. Honestly, I'd say the Delta S4 might have the edge because of its all-wheel drive advantage, especially at Long Beach, where tricky turns and quick starts matter. But hey, in these AI races, anything can happen. I'm tempted to root for the vintage charm of the 37 though. Who do you think will take it? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Long Beach with Calico Bunny on pole in a 1982 Lancia 037 Strade. Hope you're ready to see some vintage turbo power in action. Calican Bunny has shot off the line into the lead. Lian Yashin is holding second, trying to keep the pressure on. Kikas Lady X3 is in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Kikas Lady X3 is now in second place. Lian Yashin and Kikas Lady X3 are battling closely for second. Unstabil has moved up to fifth place. Lian Yashin just overtook someone to move into second place. Looks like she's on a mission. Kikas Lady X3 and Lian Yashin still neck and neck for second. No clear winner yet. Maya and Nuts are battling hard for 15. Things are getting spicy down there. Kikas Lady X3 and Lian Yashin are nose to nose for second place. Yunghan Sostor 212 and Jiqi Swishman 33 are locked in a fierce fight for sixth. Nuts just gained one position, now sitting in 14th. Kikas Lady X3 is now in second place, climbing one spot. Lian Yashin and Kikas Lady X3 are neck and neck for second. Unstabil is also gaining ground, moving up one spot to fourth. Lian Yashin just overtook someone to take second place. Looks like she's on a roll. Kikas Lady X3 and Lian Yashin are nose to nose, battling for second. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to sixth, closing in on the top 5. Kikas Lady X3 is climbing nicely into second place. Yundan Store 202 is gaining ground, now in fifth and closing the gap. That Uncle Tobin and Youngin Stored 102 are nose to tail for fifth place. Looks like a battle is brewing. Kikas Lady X3 is closing in on Calican Bunny, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Uncle Tobin is climbing up to fifth place. Pippi Langstrom is moving up to sixth. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone to take fifth place. Amy is climbing up to ninth. Meanwhile, Amy and Jiqi Shren 33 are nose to nose for eighth. Amy just overtook Jiqi Swishman 33 for 8th place. Maya is closing in on the next pack, moving up to 16. Jiqi Swishman 33 looks like he's fighting to hold his ground. Unstabil just snuck into third place. Looks like the battle for third is heating up between Lian Yashin and Unstabil. 2 Peas and a Podcast is climbing up to 10th place. And the fight for 9th between 2 Peas and a Podcast and Jiqi Swishman 33 is getting pretty close. Unstabil is really closing the gap on Kikas Lady X3. Looks like a move might be coming soon. Maya and Scuderia Veloce are still neck and neck for 15th place. Le Roussel is climbing up 2 spots to 17th. Things are heating up. Unstabil is climbing up to 2nd place. Kikas Lady X3 and Unstable are locked in a close fight for 2nd. I'm inching up to 15th. Unstable is making a move to the top spot. Kikas Lady X3 is climbing up to 2nd. And Lian Yashin is also advancing to 3rd. The race is heating up. Lian Yashin just climbed into 2nd place. Hippie Langstrom is now in 3rd after a 2-position jump. Uncle Tobin has moved up to 5th, 1 spot ahead. Kikas Lady X3 is really having a rough time, dropping 10 places to 14. Uncle Tobin is climbing steadily to take 4th place. Nonstop 202 is also making moves, now in 5th. Kikas Lady X3 is really having a rough time, dropping to 20th place. Yungjan Stort 102 is climbing steadily to 4th place. Amy is also making progress up to 5th place. G10 33 is really closing that gap on Uncle Tobin. Prodigy plays 58. Just jumped a spot to 11. Maya is climbing up to 12. Looks like the race is heating up. Yungdan Stort 102 is trying to hold off Amy for 4th place. Dale Earnhardt just gained a spot to 12. Le Roussel and I are nose to tail for 13th. Wow, Unstabil winning the race? Guess they finally decided to show up and take the top spot. Well done. Wow, Unstable really pulled off the win. Congratulations to them. That was a wild race. And a big shout out to Lian Yashin for winning the bet race. You now get to claim that classic 1985 Lancia Delta S4 Stradale. Retro street cars just got a little more exciting. Nuts, you're the overtaking champion today. You can now claim that sleek 1980 Lotus SX Turbo Esprit. Retro street cars are about to get a little more interesting thanks to your skills. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, since Weatherfield Speedway looks like it has sharp turns and quick corners that require precise control. Power is important, but if the car can't stick to the track and maneuver well, all that speed won't matter much. Top speed and acceleration are still nice to have, but in a race full of twists and turns, the ability to stay glued to the road is what will make or break the race. Oh man, this is like classic versus classic, but with a twist. The Ferrari 250 Testarossa is legendary for its aggressive racing history, known for speed and agility. On the other hand, the Jaguar D-Type has that sleek aerodynamic design with incredible handling. Honestly, I'd give a slight edge to the Ferrari because of its reputation for raw speed, but the Jaguar isn't exactly a slouch. It's gonna be a close call, so stay tuned because this one could go either way depending on the track conditions and how well each car handles the curves. Who do you guys think is going to come out on top? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Weatherfield Speedway. Leading the pack right now is Forty Afro, sitting on pole with a sleek 1956 Jaguar D-Type pool. Let's see if that classic can hold up against the speedsters chasing behind. Forty Afro has taken an early lead, followed closely by Lotusos and Axton Hits. Looks like a tight battle already forming at the front. Alignatin. Dale Earnhardt is making a quick climb up the field, now in 27th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lotusos and Fortiefro are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Someone just gained 1 spot and is now in 3rd place, inching closer to the top. Timborghini Tuba is slicing through the field to reach 13th place. 39 is making a move, climbing to 17th place. Dale Earnhardt is on the charge, now 23rd place after overtaking 4 cars. Rosauers is on the charge, climbing up to 15th place. Wayne Gretzky is also making moves, now in 17th spot. Axton Hits just nudged into 3rd, probably feeling pretty good about that. Ian Yeshishin has climbed into 8th place. Tim Borghini Tuba and Jungen Sistortu are still nose to nose for 11th. Dale Earnhardt has gained 1 spot and is now in 21st. Axton Hits is now in 1st place. Larry Reche has moved up to 3rd. Someone is climbing to 4th. Looks like the race is heating up. Scuderia Veloce is making a move, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Rookie Miriki is climbing steadily, now in 6th place. Lian Yashin has also moved up 1 spot, now in 7th. Rookie Miriki just nudged ahead to 5th place. Lotusos and Rookie Miriki are nose to nose for that same spot. Jungen Sistortu is climbing up to 10th. Looks like a little chaos brewing behind the leaders. Well, look at that. Lotusos just took the victory. Guess they really know how to leave the others in the dust. Well done. Wow, Axton Hits really pulled off an amazing win. Congratulations on that fantastic victory, you absolutely crushed it. And big shout out to Dale Earnhardt for the most overtakes today. That takes some serious skill. You can now claim the classy 1956 Maserati 456, perfect for cruising down the virtual streets in style. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the Peugeot 205 T16. It's known for its rallying prowess and nimble handling, which should give it an edge on the twisty circuits like Assen North. The others are charming in their own way, but I think the T16's turbocharged power and lightweight design could really shine here. Plus, it's got that rally pedigree that screams it could tackle those corners faster than most of these on a good day. Hey everyone! The clock's ticking down. Make sure to pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't miss your chance to cheer for the sleekest, fastest machine in the race. Ooh, this is a classic showdown between two vintage beauties. Velocitor 14's got that nostalgic BMW from the late 80s, known for its balanced handling and solid build. On the other hand, Hellskank's Lotus SX Turbo Esprit is all about that turbocharged punch and sporty flair. But being from 1980, it might be a little more unpredictable. Considering the circuit which favors agility and quick acceleration, I might lean towards Velocitor 14's BMW LL. It's got the reliability and the cornering finesse that could give it an edge in the twisty parts of Assen North. But hey, Lotus is all about those explosive moments, so don't count out Hellskank just yet. Who do you think is going to burn rubber to the finish line first? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Circuit Assen North with some classic flair. Lian Yashin is on pole, piloting a 1980 Lotus SX Turbo Esprit. Let's see if her vintage machine can outpace these modern challengers. Willow Shrupp has shot to the front right at the start. Lian Yashin is holding second place, and Hellskank is in third. Looks like a pretty straightforward beginning so far. U20 Plays is charging up to the top 10, overtaking 3 cars in a flash. Lian Yashin is climbing to the front, now in first place. Willow Shrupp and Lian Yashin are nose to tail, fighting for the lead. Hellskank is now in second place, closing in on the leader. Maya has moved up to 5th, but still a ways to go. Amy is solid in 9th, making her way forward. Willow Shrupp is climbing up to second place now. Hellskank is right behind trying to hold that position. Meanwhile, locked in a fierce duel with Velocita 14 for 4th place. Hippie Langstrom is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 20th place. I am inching closer, now in 4th. Miko Brocast and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 7th. Willow Shrub and Hellskank are nose to tail for 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry and Dale Earnhardt are swapping positions in a close fight for 6th. Starbucks is closing in on U20 place, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Hellskank is now in 2nd place. I am climbing to 3rd. Dale Earnhardt is up to 5th. The race is heating up. Miko Brocast and Amy are nose to tail for 8th place. U20 place just nudged into 12th. Mr. Roche is inching into 16th, battling it out with Catgirl Tandy. Hingle McCringleberry and Velocitor 14 are neck and neck for 6th place. Amy and Miko Brocast are fighting hard for 8th. Catgirl TM is climbing up to 15th, and is now just ahead of Starbucks in a close scrap for 14th. Dale Earnhardt has just overtaken Hingle McCringleberry, and now sits in 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry is not giving up easily, and is trying to reclaim that position. The battle between these two is heating up, and it looks like a close finish for 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing 2 spots to 3rd place. Mai and Hingle are nose to nose for 3rd. Amy is also moving up 2 spots, now in 5th. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 3rd place. Exhaust 21 is climbing 2 spots to 7th. Starbakes is gaining 1 spot to 13th. Maya is now in 3rd place, closing in on the leaders. Willow Shrub has gained 2 spots, and is now in 6th. Dale Earnhardt and Willow Shrub are nose to tail for 6th place. Looks like a battle is brewing. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 3rd place. Looks like he's got some momentum. Amy is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by over 1.5 seconds. Dale Earnhardt just moved up to 6th, so he's making some progress. Dale and Amy are locked in a tight fight for 5th. This is getting interesting. Willow Shrub is climbing to 6th place. Scuderia Veloz is narrowing the gap to Velocity 14 by 1.6 seconds. Leech Mepsi is advancing to 12th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 2nd place. Amy is also advancing to 4th. Mika Brocast and Exhaust 21 are locked in a close fight for 8th. Hellskank is trying to hold off Amy for 3rd place. Exhaust 21 just overtook someone to climb into 7th. Scuderia Veloce and Velocitor 14 are nose to nose for 10th. Maya is holding steady in the top 5. Exhaust 21 and Willow Shrub are nose to nose for 6th place. Scuderia Veloce just gained a spot to 10th. Exhaust 21 is climbing up to 6th place. Willow Shrub and Exhaust 21 are nose to tail for 6th. Scuderia Veloce has moved up to 9th. Scuderia Veloce and Dale Earnhardt are fighting for 8th. Mikel Brockast is climbing up to 8th place now. The battle between Scuderia Veloce and Mikel Brockast for 9th is heating up. Starbucks is chipping away at Mr. Roche's lead, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Amy is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. Exhaust 21 is gaining on Maya and has cut the gap by 2 seconds. Willow Shrub is hot on Exhaust 21's heels, closing in by just over a second. The two are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Dale Earnhardt just overtook Scuderia Veloce, and now they are side by side for 7th place. Hellskank is really pushing hard, closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry by over a second. Exhaust 21 just climbed 1 spot to take 5th place. Looks like Maya and Exhaust 21 are nose to tail for 5th position, so expect some fireworks soon. Wow, Amy, you really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win at Circuit Arsenal. Looks like all that hard work paid off. Wow, Amy really pulled off an incredible triple crown today. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and overtaking everyone like a pro. That's some serious driving. Congratulations, Amy. You totally earned that victory. And hey, since Amy managed to snag the fastest lap, she gets to claim the 1981 Lamborghini Jalpa. Retro street cars definitely suit her winning style. Great job to everyone else who participated, but Amy's definitely the standout today. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. Auto Club Speedway is a big oval with high-speed turns, so having a car that can stay glued to the track while maintaining control at those speeds is essential. Top speed is important, but if the car can't handle the curves smoothly, it's not going to win. Acceleration and braking are also crucial, since managing your pace coming out of the turns can make or break your race. Overall, a well-balanced car that excels in stability and agility would be my top choice here. Well, both of these cars are classics, but the Chevrolet Monte Carlo has a bit of a reputation for cruising smoothly and handling well. On the other hand, the Plymouth Roadrunner is known for its raw power. It really depends if the race favors finesse or brute strength. If I had to pick, I'd say the Monte Carlo might have a slight edge in consistency, but don't count out the Roadrunner just yet. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race is underway here at Auto Club Speedway. Leading the pack now is the NASCAR 1970 class car, Icar 77, in a classic 1971 Ford Torino. Looks like it's got the early lead. Let's see if it can hold on to that. Icar 77 has taken an early lead, followed closely by Lux Ravenous and Biowar. Looks like the top three are already setting the pace. Its Aurora is on the move, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 4 cars. Filthy Old Guy is making a strong push up to 11th after passing 5 cars. Eunice Goteliades is storming through the field, overtaking 13 cars to land in 12th. Lux Ravenous just overtook someone to grab 2nd place. Lux Ravenous and Icar 77 are nose to nose for the lead. Captain Canadian moved up 1 spot to 19th. Captain Canadian and Scuderia Veloce are battling closely for 18th. Lux Ravenous just overtook and is now in 1st place. Icar 77 is pushing hard, trying to reclaim the lead from Lux Ravenous. Pippi Langstrom and Bioart are neck and neck for 6th place. Icar 77 and Lux Ravenous are neck and neck for 1st place. Pippi Langstrom just snuck into 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Tapy KPA is chipping away at Adanut 44, closing the gap by a full second. Icar 77 just overtook Lux Ravenous to take the lead. Lux Ravenous is not giving up easily though. Bioart and Pippi Langstrom are still neck and neck for 6th place. Wow! Icar 77 took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the magic touch. Congrats on the win, champ. Wow, congratulations to Icar 77 on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. You really drove your way to the top. And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrom for snagging the fastest lap. You can now claim the classic 1971 Chevrolet Monte Carlo from NASCAR 1970. Hope you enjoy cruising in style. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Imola is all about tight turns and technical sections, so a car that can stick to the track and navigate those curves with precision will have the advantage. Speed on the straightaways is important, but if the car can't handle the twisty parts smoothly, it'll lose precious time. So, a balanced setup that emphasizes agility and grip would be my top priority for excelling at Imola. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make a move before it's too late. Don't miss out on your chance to see your favorite machine race. Ooh, this is quite the throwback showdown. The 1990 Nissan GT-PZX Turbo is a classic, known for its raw power and turbocharged excitement. On the other hand, the 1989 Nissan R89C is more of a sleek, racing-oriented beast with a bit of an edge in aerodynamics and tech. Given the era and the specs, I'd say nuts might have a slight advantage in raw acceleration. But Velocis R89s could outmaneuver with better handling and cornering. Imola's twists and turns could favor the more nimble R89. But don't count out the turbocharged punch of nuts GT-PZX Turbo Auto. If I had to pick a winner, I'd lean towards Scuderia Velocis R89, just because its design screams agility around those historic corners. But honestly, this race could go either way depending on how the algorithms juggle the power and finesse. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Imola, and leading the pack is Connie 3, in a classic 1984 Porsche 962 Longtail. Looks like a vintage master is setting the pace early on. Wow. Penny 3 just took the victory. Looks like they're the one to beat now. Congratulations on the win. Wow! What a fantastic finish! Congratulations to Penny 3 for taking the win. That was a race to remember. And a big shout out to Scuderia Veloce for winning the bet race. They can now claim a 1989 Nissan R89C. Looks like someone's about to add a pretty legendary car to their collection. Stay tuned everyone, because this race just got even more exciting. Alright everyone. It looks like we need to hit pause for a few minutes while we do some quick maintenance. Don't go anywhere, because the racing action will be back in just a bit. Grab a snack, stretch those legs, and I'll see you all very soon.